Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Pervy Hermione, presenting to you today. Harry escaped Privet Drive at age 6 and found a blood contract linking him to every pureblood heiress in Britain. Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The fence that covered under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 31 inches wide. Harry knew this because he'd measured it with his fingers during the long hours when there was nothing else to do, when the darkness was too thick to see by and the sounds from upstairs were too loud to sleep through. 31 inches. He'd counted the cracks in the floorboards too. 7. And the spiders that lived in the upper left corner changed every few weeks, which meant they either moved on or got eaten, and Harry had decided, very early on, that he respected both outcomes equally. He was 6 years old and already an expert on surviving small spaces. The day he left started like any other. Dudley had broken something, a vase, maybe, or one of Aunt Petunia's decorative plates with the painted geese, and the story, as it always went, had been rewritten with Harry as the author of the disaster before the pieces even hit the floor. Vernon had gone very still in that particular way that meant he was deciding between shouting and something worse, and Harry had looked at his uncle's face and done a calculation faster than he'd ever done one in school. The number he arrived at was, not today. He'd slipped out the back door while Vernon was still breathing through his nose. Across the garden, past the rosebushes Petunia loved more than she'd ever loved anything that could talk back, through the gap in the fence he'd been quietly widening for 2 weeks with a flat stone he kept hidden under the loose board near the washing machine. 31 inches wasn't enough to squeeze a grown man through, but Harry was small for his age, everyone said so, usually while looking at him like it was his fault, and he made it through the gap with an inch to spare on either side. He ran. He didn't have a plan. That was the honest truth of it. He had a vague idea about the park 3 streets over, which was the furthest he'd ever gotten on previous escape attempts, but his legs kept moving past the park and his feet seemed to know something his brain hadn't figured out yet, and the morning turned into afternoon and the afternoon started going orange at the edges before he finally stopped running. He was standing in front of a pub. Not a normal pub. Normal pubs in Surrey had signs with footballers or dogs or crowns on them. This one had a sign showing a leaky cauldron with something bubbling out of it in a color that didn't have a name, and the building itself looked like it had been wedged between a bookshop and a record store as an afterthought, like someone had squeezed it into existence sideways. Harry stared at it for a long moment, then looked behind him. Surrey was gone. Not metaphorically. The street he was standing on didn't look anything like the streets he'd run through. These buildings were old in a way that had nothing to do with needing paint, old like they'd decided on their shape centuries ago and saw no reason to reconsider. The people walking past him wore robes in broad daylight and didn't seem to think this was remarkable. A woman went by holding a cage with something inside it that had too many legs to be any animal Harry knew, and she was reading a magazine whose cover photograph moved. Harry looked at the moving photograph for 3 full seconds. Then he looked at his own hands, which were scraped from the fence and still shaking slightly from the running, and he made another calculation. Something is very different here, and different is better than what I left, so I'm staying. He walked into the leaky cauldron. The barman was a man with no teeth and extremely kind eyes who looked at Harry, ragged clothes, bloody knuckles, no adult anywhere in sight, and opened his mouth. Harry got there first. "I need to find the bank," he said. "The one for," he hesitated, because he didn't have a word for what he meant, and then waved his hand at the moving photograph someone had left on the bar. "For people like that." The barman closed his mouth. Opened it again. "Gringotts? If that's the one, yes." "Through the back," the barman said slowly. "Through the wall, I'll show you. Are you, son, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry said, which was the answer he always gave, and the barman looked at him in a way that suggested he didn't believe it but didn't know what to do about it, which was also familiar. "Thank you." He found the wall. He'd seen the barman tap it and watched which brick carefully, and when he pressed his own hand flat against it, not having a wand, not knowing what a wand was yet, something happened anyway. The bricks shuddered. They drew back from his palm like they'd been burned, and the archway opened in a rush, and Harry stood in the entrance to Diagon Alley with the wind picking up around him and the magic in the air so thick he could taste it, metallic and warm and electric, and something in his chest said yes in a voice that had been waiting 6 years for something to say it about. He walked in. Gringotts Bank sat at the end of the alley like it had eaten every other building's ambition for breakfast. White marble, goblin guards at the door in uniforms that looked simultaneously ridiculous and terrifying, stairs that went up so high you had to tip your head back to follow them. Harry tipped his head back. Then he walked up the stairs, nodded to the goblins at the door with the same nod he gave Dudley's friends when he was trying to look invisible, and pushed through the door. The inside was high and gold and full of noise. Goblins behind counters stretching the length of the hall, humans waiting in lines, the sound of some mechanism deep underground churning and grinding without pause. Harry stood in the entrance and looked at it all very carefully. There was a desk near the door with a goblin who seemed to be doing intake, scanning arrivals with a device that looked like a bent fork, and the goblin's eyes landed on Harry and stopped. The fork device made a sound like a bell being struck underwater. The goblin's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes in a way that Harry, who had spent 6 years reading the moods of people who meant him harm, clocked immediately as significant. The goblin set down the fork device, folded his long-fingered hands on the desk, and said, in a voice of absolute professional neutrality, "Would you come with me, young sir?" It was not a question. "Why?" Harry asked. "Because the results of your intake scan require a conversation with someone more senior than myself, and I have already sent for him." The goblin studied Harry with eyes like old amber. "You are not in trouble. This bank does not manufacture trouble. We merely respond to what already exists." Harry thought about this. "Okay," he said. He was taken to an office that wasn't so much decorated as armored. Shelves of ledgers bound in leather that might not have come from animals, a desk made from something darker than mahogany, instruments on every surface that ticked and spun and breathed with an officious sort of life. The goblin behind the desk was older than the one who'd escorted Harry, older in the way that old trees were old, with a quality of having weathered things. He wore spectacles and was reading from a long scroll when Harry came in, and he looked up over the spectacles and gave Harry the kind of look that said he was simultaneously exactly what had been expected and several things that hadn't been. "Sit," said the goblin. Harry sat. "My name is Ragnarok," said the goblin. "I am the senior account manager for the Potter family holdings, which is an appointment that became something of a formality 11 years ago when the last Potter died, and has recently become rather less of a formality." He set the scroll down. "What is your name?" "Harry," said Harry. "Harry Potter." Ragnarok nodded as though this was a confirmation rather than a surprise. "Do you know what a blood compact is?" "No." "Then I will explain it, and you will listen without interrupting, because it is important and I dislike repeating myself." Ragnarok folded his hands. 1200 years ago, 7 of the oldest wizarding families in Britain entered into a magical agreement. Not a contract in the modern sense, not paper and ink and witnesses. A compact, sealed with the blood of each family's head, consecrated by sacrificial magic, and tied to the continuation of those bloodlines. Its purpose was stability. The 7 families swore that if any one of them faced extinction, genuine extinction, the last of a line with no heirs, the others would provide one. A single anchor figure, identified by the compact's own conditions, would be bound to all 7 as their legal and magical head of household until such time as each family's continuation was secured. Harry was quiet for a moment. "What are the conditions?" Ragnarok looked at him over the spectacles with what might, on a different face, have been approval. "An intelligent question. The conditions are these: the anchor must carry blood from a founder-adjacent line. They must have survived a killing curse, not deflected, not shielded. Survived. And the anchor's mother must have died invoking sacrificial protection, which is a form of magic so old and so rarely used that most modern wizards don't believe it works." He paused. "You fulfill all 3 conditions, Mr. Potter." You are the first person in the history of this compact to do so. Harry looked at his hands again. The scrapes from the fence were already fading in a way scrapes normally didn't. So, he said slowly, I'm, what? The head of 7 families. Technically, the anchor. The legal distinction is somewhat complex, but in practical terms, yes. You hold the authority, the responsibility, and the magical tie to 7 of the oldest lines in Britain. Ragnarok picked up the scroll and unrolled it further, revealing names in ink that looked less like it had been written and more like it had grown there. The families in question are, Greengrass, Granger, Delacour, Tonks, Davis, Lovegood, and your own. Potter. Granger, Harry said. That doesn't sound like an old wizarding name. It isn't, by current reckoning. The Granger line is a squib offshoot that married into the Muggle world 3 generations ago. The compact doesn't care about current reckoning. It cares about blood, and the blood is there. Ragnarok set the scroll down. Each of these families has a daughter who will, by the compact's magic, be your, the term that applies is compact bound. It is not marriage, though it can become so. It is something older than marriage. A bond of obligation, alliance, and mutual protection. The room was very quiet except for the ticking instruments. I'm 6, Harry said. I'm aware. Does this, he paused, choosing the word carefully, does this start now? Do I have to go to these families right now? The compact has already activated. It activated the moment our device scanned you. Ragnarok removed his spectacles and polished them with a cloth. However, the full obligations of the compact do not come due until you reach the age of majority, or until a family named in it faces imminent extinction. Whichever comes first. He replaced the spectacles. For now, Mr. Potter, the more pressing question is, what happens to you? Harry had been wondering when someone was going to get to that part. You arrived here alone, on foot, with no guardian and no explanation, Ragnarok continued. Gringotts has protocols for this situation. We are not a welfare institution. We are a bank. However, we are also the guardians of your family's wealth, and your family's wealth is considerable, and currently being administered by parties who, I am compelled to note for the official record, have not always administered it in your best interests. Who? Albus Dumbledore holds your guardianship, which was arranged without your knowledge or consent, you being an infant at the time, which was perhaps the only legitimate excuse. Ragnarok's tone made clear he found the excuse barely sufficient. The Dursleys, your aunt's family, were appointed your physical guardians at his direction. Your Gringotts accounts have been receiving interest payments that should have been forwarded to your guardians for your care. The audit of those payments against the documented conditions of your living situation, Ragnarok set a different scroll on the desk, this one covered in figures, suggests that the money was not forwarded. Harry stared at the scroll. He couldn't read all of it, some of the numbers were written in a script he didn't know, but the shape of it was clear enough. They kept the money. The bank kept the money, Ragnarok corrected, with the precise tone of someone for whom accuracy was a moral position. In trust, as is protocol when disbursements cannot be verified as properly received. It has been accumulating. The sum, at current count, he tapped a figure at the bottom of the scroll, is not insignificant. Harry looked at the figure. It had a lot of numbers in it. He was 6 years old and had never had more than 20 pence at once, which Dudley had taken from him anyway. He stared at the figure and felt something shift in his chest that wasn't quite any emotion he had a name for, something that lived between relief and fury and something else entirely. What happens now? He asked. Ragnarok looked at him for a long, careful moment. The instruments ticked. Somewhere under the floor, the great mechanism of the bank ground through another rotation. That, said Ragnarok, depends entirely on you. What followed was the strangest negotiation of Harry's young life, and he'd once talked a teacher out of calling his aunt by pretending he'd already called her himself, so his bar for strange negotiations was already reasonably high. The goblins, it turned out, had a protocol for everything, including the discovery of a minor with significant assets, no functioning guardian, and a legally unprecedented magical status. Ragnarok laid the options out with the efficiency of someone who didn't believe in softening things. Harry could be returned to the Dursleys, which was his legal situation until a court changed it. He could be transferred to an approved wizarding guardian, of which Dumbledore was the most obvious candidate. Or he could, and here Ragnarok had looked at him with those amber eyes that gave nothing away, invoke the compact's provision for self-determination. The compact, Ragnarok said, was written by people who understood that an anchor could not be controlled by any single party without compromising the compact's integrity. There is a clause, Clause 17, for those who enjoy thoroughness, that states the anchor, once identified, cannot be placed under the guardianship of any individual who might use that position to leverage the compact's power. It is a conflict of interest provision. And Dumbledore is the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and the headmaster of the school that most compact-bound heiresses will attend. Ragnarok let that sit. The conflict is, I think, apparent. Harry had thought about it. He was 6, and he was still shaking slightly from the morning's flight, and his knuckles hurt, and the figure on the scroll kept floating in his head like a light you couldn't look away from. He thought about going back to Privet Drive. About the cupboard. About 31 inches and 7 cracks and the spiders that either moved on or got eaten. What's the alternative, he'd asked. If I invoke that clause? The compact grants the anchor the right to be educated and housed under the bank's neutral stewardship until such time as they are capable of assuming their full role. In practice, this means you would live here, at Harry's expression, Ragnarok added dryly, not in this office. We have appropriate accommodations. You would be educated in magical law, finance, and theory, as well as the conventional curriculum, by tutors contracted by the bank. You would be, in the eyes of magical law, an emancipated minor under Gringotts institutional protection. And Dumbledore would be informed that his guardianship has been superseded by a legal provision older than his authority. Something crossed Ragnarok's face that Harry would later recognize as the goblin equivalent of relish. He would, of course, be welcome to dispute this. In the Wizengamot, where the relevant clause would be read aloud. In front of everyone. Harry had smiled then, for the first time all day. It wasn't a particularly nice smile, but it was the most genuine one he'd managed in years. I'd like to invoke the clause, he said. He lived at Gringotts for 5 years. Not in the vaults. People seemed surprised when he clarified this later, as though they'd imagined him sleeping on a pile of gold coins like some sort of magical dragon, but in a set of rooms carved into the upper levels of the bank's private quarters, where the senior goblin staff lived. They were comfortable rooms. Not luxurious by any standard Harry would later have cause to compare them to, but warm, and nobody came into them without knocking. That alone would have made them perfect. His tutors were a rotating cast of characters. Griphook, young for a goblin and sharp-tongued and initially dismissive of his charge in the way that people are dismissive of things they expect to be dull, became something approaching fond over the first year, which he demonstrated by arguing with Harry more enthusiastically than strictly necessary. A witch named Bathsheba babbling taught him runes, and had the quality of someone who'd spent so long translating ancient texts that she occasionally forgot which language she'd started a sentence in. A retired unspeakable named Gideon Mars taught him magic theory, not practice, he stressed, emphatically, repeatedly, because a child who'd accidentally blown a fence gate off its hinges on their first day needed theory before practice, and Harry needed to understand things before he pointed his intentions at them. Gideon taught him the why of magic, and Harry soaked it up the way dry ground takes water, with a thoroughness that was almost audible. He got his first wand when he was 8. Ollivanders didn't come to him. Gringotts contracted a wand-maker based out of Edinburgh named Hazel Bright, who made appointments by correspondence and arrived one Tuesday with a case full of candidates and a look on her face that said she had not expected this specific request but was professionally committed to meeting it. She went through 30 wands before finding the one, and when it found Harry, 11 inches, blackthorn and dragon heartstring, with a warmth that spread up his arm and settled behind his sternum like something clicking into place. She sat back in her chair and looked at him with an expression he didn't quite know what to do with. "That wand," she said, "hasn't chosen anyone in 42 years. Why not?" "Because it was waiting," she said simply, and packed up the rest of her case. He practiced in a dedicated chamber 2 floors below his rooms where the walls were stone and the ceiling was high and nobody minded if things got scorched. Griphook supervised the early sessions, which mostly involved a lot of Harry concentrating very hard on small objects and occasionally sending them across the room with significantly more force than intended, and Griphook recording the results in a ledger with the tone of someone building a legal case. By 9, he could transfigure objects up to twice his own size. By 10, his charms work was running 3 years ahead of the standard curriculum. The magic that lived inside him wasn't unusual in type. He didn't have some specific genius for one narrow discipline. It was unusual in volume. Like a river that hadn't been dammed when it should have been, that had been running wild and underground for 6 years before anyone gave it a proper channel. He read everything he could get his hands on about the compact. The original text was in Gringotts' vault of binding documents, and Ragnarok allowed him access on his 9th birthday with the gravity of someone presenting a weapon to someone old enough to understand its weight. The original text was in Latin with older script running in the margins, something pre-Latin, angular and dense, and Harry worked through it with a translation lexicon and several weeks of concentrated effort. What he found was more complex than Ragnarok's initial explanation, and also, in some ways, more interesting. The compact wasn't just about family continuation. The 7 families had each contributed something specific to the bond, a strand of their particular magical tradition. Greengrass blood carried elemental attunement. Lovegood brought something the text called sight adjacent, which the marginal notes described in terms that made Harry suspect the original author hadn't fully understood it either. Delacour contributed Vila adjacent legacy, which the compact's magic apparently absorbed and redistributed without the more destabilizing side effects. The Potter line itself contributed what the text called sacrificial resonance, the capacity to survive impossible things through love, which was described without sentimentality and with such clinical precision that it was somehow more moving for it. He was 10 years old, reading this by wandlight in a stone chamber 100 feet underground, and he understood for the first time that he wasn't just a boy who'd survived something. He was the product of something that had been building for 12 centuries, and his survival wasn't luck. It was architecture. This didn't make him feel invincible. It made him feel responsible, which was both heavier and more interesting. He also read everything available about Voldemort, which turned out to be less than he expected. Large portions of the relevant records were classified, sealed, or deliberately incomplete, and what he read told him 3 things: that the war had been won by his mother's death and not by any action of his own, that Voldemort was widely believed dead but the evidence for this was notably thin, and that the man who had arranged Harry's life on Privet Drive had fought Voldemort for decades and presumably had good reasons for his choices. Harry held these facts alongside each other for a long time. Then he put them in a mental room and closed the door, because 10 was too young to do anything productive with them, and he had an examination in advanced charms in the morning. The letter from Hogwarts arrived when he was 11. It arrived at Gringotts, addressed in a particular way that magical tracking worked, not to Privet Drive, where the school had presumably been sending letters into a void, and not to any address Harry had registered, but simply to Harry James Potter, wherever he has got to, which suggested the Hogwarts enchantments were more sophisticated than a simple residential charm. The letter arrived, was intercepted by Ragnarok's office, was reviewed by the bank's legal team, and was brought to Harry with a note from Ragnarok that read, in its entirety, "The time you have been preparing for has arrived. My office, this afternoon." Harry brought the letter to Ragnarok's office and sat across from the desk and said, "Dumbledore will be at Hogwarts. He will. He'll want to talk to me about what happened. Where I've been. Undoubtedly. He'll want to take control of the situation." Ragnarok looked at him over the spectacles. "He will want to take control of you, specifically. The situation is secondary." He set down his pen. "You are not the same boy who walked into this bank 5 years ago, Mr. Potter. You are aware of your legal standing, your financial independence, and your magical capabilities. Dumbledore is not aware of any of this. He believes you have been on Privet Drive. He paused. The differential between what he expects and what you are is, I would estimate, significant. Harry nodded slowly. When I go to Hogwarts, the compact. The heiresses. They'll be there. Several of them. Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis, certainly. Miss Granger, likely. Miss Lovegood. Ragnock considered. The others are either too young or in different situations. But yes. The compact's magic will respond to proximity. Will they know? When they feel it? They will feel something. Whether they understand it depends on what their families have told them. Ragnock folded his hands. The Greengrass family, I can tell you, has been aware of the compact's existence for some time. They've been waiting for its activation. And the others? That, Mr. Potter, is something you will need to discover for yourself. He picked up his pen again. You have spent 5 years learning what you need to know. Now you need to go and use it. He wrote something at the top of a document without looking up. Griphook will accompany you to Diagon Alley. Your school supplies require purchasing, your wand requires registration, and, he paused with the pen above the paper, I believe it would be appropriate to pay a visit to Madame Malkin's. You'll want to make a decent impression. On who? Ragnock looked up. In 5 years, Harry had learned to read goblin expressions, which were subtle and required attention to the area around the eyes rather than the mouth. What was in Ragnock's eyes now was something between amusement and something older and more serious. On everyone, Ragnock said. You are the anchor, Mr. Potter. Every first impression you make from this point forward is, whether you like it or not, a political act. Harry was quiet for a moment. Outside the office, the bank moved and breathed and counted. I can work with that, he said. He walked into Diagon Alley the next morning in robes that fit, which felt revolutionary, with Griphook half a step behind and the blackthorn wand warm against his arm and 5 years of accumulated knowledge sitting behind his eyes like a hand of cards he was waiting for the right moment to play. The alley was busy. It was August, and the Hogwarts crowd was out in force, families with children, parents looking stressed about lists, a cluster of older students outside Flourish and Blots who were being loudly opinionated about something. Harry walked through it all and kept his eyes open and said nothing. Madame Malkin's was bright inside and smelled like fresh fabric and the particular magical equivalent of starch. 2 fitting platforms were occupied, a broad woman getting adjustments to formal robes, and a girl about Harry's age standing very straight on the second platform while a tape measure ran circuits around her. She had dark blonde hair and very pale gray eyes that moved to Harry the moment he came through the door, assessed him in approximately 2 seconds, and then returned to the mirror in front of her with the focused disinterest of someone who has decided not to show that they noticed something. Harry had read about the Greengrass family. Cold, ancient, politically cautious, excellent at the kind of social performance that looked effortless because the effort was hidden. He'd also read Ragnock's note that the Greengrass family knew about the compact. He stepped up onto the empty platform next to her and looked at the mirror and said, without particular emphasis, Daphne Greengrass. She didn't move. The tape measure kept running. Then, very precisely, she said, I don't believe we've been introduced. Harry Potter. The tape measure stopped. She turned her head, not her whole body, just her head, with the elegant economy of movement that people who were raised to perform composure learned early, and looked at him. Really looked, the way she hadn't done when he'd walked in. Her gray eyes were measuring something that wasn't his height. You're late, she said. The compact activated 5 years ago. I know. I was busy. Something moved across her face that wasn't quite surprise and wasn't quite amusement, but lived somewhere in the neighborhood of both. Busy, she repeated. Learning things. He looked back at the mirror. Your sister. Astoria. How is she? The composure cracked. Not dramatically, it wasn't a dramatic crack, just a slight shift in the set of her jaw, a fractional tightening around her eyes. How do you know about Astoria? Gringotts keeps records on all the compact-bound families. He kept his voice easy. The blood curse has been in the Greengrass line for 2 generations. Your family's been looking for a solution. He let a beat pass. The compact's magic started responding to Astoria's curse the moment I walked into Gringotts at 6. Ragnarok has been monitoring it. He glanced at her. She's getting better. Slowly, but measurably. The documents are available if you want to review them. Daphne Greengrass stared at him. Harry looked back at his reflection and thought that the robes were, indeed, a good choice. My mother, Daphne said, very quietly, has been corresponding with someone at Gringotts about Astoria's condition for 3 years. They've been sending monitoring reports. Yes. That was Ragnarok's doing. He thought your family should have the information even if they didn't know the source. Harry tilted his chin slightly. He's thorough. Who are you? Daphne asked. It wasn't the same question she'd be asking if she'd asked it an hour ago. It was genuinely uncertain, which he suspected was not a feeling she was accustomed to. I'm the anchor, Harry said. And I'm going to Hogwarts in 3 weeks, and several things are going to happen that you should probably be prepared for, and I think it would be useful if we weren't starting from zero when they do. He met her eyes in the mirror. Do you want to get tea when we're both done here? I know a place in the alley. We can talk through what I know and you can tell me what your family knows, and between the 2 of us we'll probably have a fairly complete picture. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. The tape measure, cautiously, resumed its work. You're not what I expected, she said. Nobody ever is, Harry said cheerfully. Tea. The corners of her mouth moved. It wasn't a smile, exactly, but it was the structural foundation of something that could eventually become one. Tea, she agreed. Outside, Diagon Alley hummed and bustled and moved, and Harry Potter, 6 years a prisoner, 5 years a student, and now stepping towards something that didn't have a name yet but had the shape of his, looked at his reflection and thought, all right then. Let's begin. Chapter 2, Arrival. The tea was at a small place tucked between an apothecary and a shop that sold enchanted weather vanes, with 3 tables inside and a proprietor who seemed to have a policy of not asking questions, which Harry had already identified as his favorite kind of establishment. Griphook sat at the counter with a cup of something that steamed black and read a ledger with the focused intensity of someone who was absolutely not listening to the conversation at the adjacent table and wanted everyone to know it. Daphne sat across from Harry with her hands around a teacup and her spine as straight as if someone had built her that way, which, Harry reflected, they probably had. She talked first. He'd expected her to make him work for it. People with training in composure usually tried to make you go first so they could react instead of reveal, but she set her teacup down after 1 sip and said, My mother received correspondence from Gringotts 6 months after the compact activated. Anonymous, but the bank's seal was on it. The letter said that a healing process had begun for Astoria's condition and that it would be gradual and shouldn't be interfered with. She paused. She cried. My mother doesn't cry. I was 6 years old and I didn't understand what was happening and she cried. Harry said nothing. He'd learned from Gideon Mars that silence, properly deployed, did more work than most sentences. My father researched the compact for 2 years after that, Daphne continued. He found the original documentation. He understood what it meant. She looked at Harry with those cool gray eyes. He also understood that the anchor's identity was sealed by Gringotts protocol and that attempting to access it would be both illegal and inadvisable, because the goblins take a very specific view on the privacy of their clients. They do, Harry agreed. It's in the charter. He's been waiting. We've all been waiting. She tilted her head slightly. And you walked into Madame Malkin's and said my name like you already knew everything. Not everything, Harry said. Enough. What's the difference? Everything would mean I could stop learning. Enough means I have a foundation. He wrapped both hands around his own cup. Your family's political position. Walk me through it. She studied him. Why? Because the compact creates an alliance between us whether we want one or not, and alliances based on ignorance are liabilities. He met her look steadily. I've spent 5 years reading. You've spent 5 years watching your family operate from the inside. Between us we probably have a reasonably accurate picture. I'd rather have that picture now than discover the gaps later when they're inconvenient. Something shifted in her expression, a recalculation happening behind her eyes, rapid and precise. Then she said, my family has been neutral in the public sense for 2 decades. Since before I was born. The war left them, us, with debts to several parties that we've been managing carefully. She said debts the way you said a word that tasted bad. Lucius Malfoy holds 2 of those debts. Financial, nominally, but the nature of obligations between old families is rarely purely financial. Leverage, Harry said. Yes. And the compact changes that calculation. If it's publicly recognized, the compact supersedes any obligation that predates the anchor's identification. She said it with the precision of someone reciting a legal text from memory, which she probably was. My father had that verified by 3 different magical law consultants, all anonymously, at significant expense. A pause. Malfoy doesn't know about this yet. When he finds out, what does he do? Daphne was quiet for a moment. He moves against you, she said. Through whatever means are most available and least visible. Lucius Malfoy is patient and he's intelligent and he's never needed to be obvious because he's always been in a position where subtlety was sufficient. She met Harry's eyes. He'll try to control you before opposing you. Then he'll try to discredit the compact. If neither of those work, she paused, I don't know yet. He doesn't show the last card until he has to. Harry nodded slowly. He'd read about Lucius Malfoy. The files Ragnarok had showed him painted a careful portrait, publicly respectable, privately flexible, extraordinarily good at being simultaneously present in a room and unimpeachable by anyone in it. What about Dumbledore? He asked. What about him? Your family's position on Dumbledore. Daphne picked up her teacup. Complicated, she said, and that single word carried more history than most paragraphs. He's powerful and broadly respected and he opposed Voldemort effectively. He's also managed the post-war settlement in a way that has disproportionately benefited the families who opposed Voldemort and disproportionately penalized those who, she stopped. Who were neutral, Harry finished. Among others. She drank her tea. My family didn't fight for Voldemort. We didn't fight against him. We survived. Dumbledore doesn't make obvious distinctions between those positions, but his distribution of influence and appointments and political goodwill makes the distinction very clearly. Harry had read Ragnarok's analysis of post-war wizarding Britain, which had been written with goblin thoroughness and absolutely no diplomatic softening. The picture it painted was of a man who had won a war and organized the peace in a way that concentrated power in people loyal to him, not because he was malicious, but because he genuinely believed that loyal people would use power well. It was the logic of someone who trusted his own judgment so completely that the concept of checks on that judgment had stopped feeling necessary. He thinks I've been on Privet Drive for 5 years, Harry said. Miserable, underfed, grateful for scraps. Is that not what happened? For the first 6 years of my life, more or less. Harry looked at the table. Then I walked through a fence. Daphne set her teacup down with a small precise click. And found Gringotts. And found Gringotts. He looked up. Dumbledore is going to expect to meet a boy who doesn't know anything. Who's been kept deliberately small and is appropriately grateful for the first kindness he's encountered. He's going to want to manage me. And instead he gets, Daphne gestured at Harry with a slight motion that encompassed 5 years of goblin education and legal autonomy and a blackthorn wand. Yes, Harry said. A silence settled between them that was, for the first time, comfortable rather than tactical. Outside, Diagon Alley made its afternoon sounds, vendors calling, children arguing about Quidditch supplies, the particular sharp crack of a apparition 2 streets over. The other girls, Daphne said finally. The other compact bound. What do you know about them? Enough to start, Harry said. Not enough yet. Granger, Daphne said, and her tone was carefully neutral in the way that meant she was deliberately removing an instinctive reaction from it. Muggle-born. Squib descended, technically, which is different. He watched her face. The distinction matters legally under the compact. It also matters practically, because anyone who tries to use her status as an argument against the compact's validity will find that the original text explicitly addresses lineage through squib lines. He paused. I'd appreciate it if you engaged that particular piece of information fully before we get to school. Daphne looked at him for a moment. You're asking me not to make this difficult. I'm asking you to make it easy, Harry said, which was a different thing. You're going to be my most visible ally when this becomes public. How you treat Hermione Granger when the compact surfaces is going to tell everyone in that school what kind of alliance this is. You haven't met her yet. No. But she's the brightest student to enter Hogwarts in a decade according to the pre-enrollment assessments, which Gringotts has access to through a provision in the bank's original charter. He tilted his head. I like that. Daphne was quiet. Then, in a voice that was thoughtful rather than resistant, she said, she's going to be furious when she finds out. Probably, Harry agreed. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. That did get something that was genuinely a smile, brief, controlled, but real. Daphne Greengrass looked at him across the tea table with the expression of someone revising an assessment. You're strange, she said. Raised by goblins, he said, as if that explained everything. She considered this. That might actually explain quite a lot, she said, and picked up her teacup again, and that was, Harry thought, the beginning of something. The train was called the Hogwarts Express, which Harry had known, and it left from King's Cross Station, which he'd also known, and the method of getting onto the platform involved walking at a barrier, which he had known intellectually but which was different in practice when there was a solid wall approaching at walking pace and the rational part of your brain kept suggesting alternatives. He walked through it without slowing down. The magic that recognized him as the anchor apparently extended to things like not bouncing off brick. Platform 9 3/4 was full of noise and steam and families having their last moments of summer in public, which involved a lot of hugging and shouting and the particular frequency of parental instruction that children listened to just enough to be able to claim later that they'd been told. Harry stood with his trunk and looked at the train and felt the first genuine moment of uncertainty he'd had since walking back into Diagon Alley. 5 years of preparation, and he was still 11 years old walking into a school full of children who'd been growing up in this world while he'd been learning about it from books and goblins. There was a difference between knowing a thing and living it, and he was about to find out exactly how wide that gap was. Griphook had said goodbye at the barrier. Not emotionally, goblins conducted farewells with the same efficiency they brought to everything, but he'd held Harry's gaze for a moment before turning back and said, the bank's resources remain available to you, per your account provisions. Ragnarok will review your correspondence weekly. Then he'd gone, because goblins didn't linger. Harry had looked at the barrier for a moment after that. Then he'd gone through. He found a compartment and put his trunk up and sat by the window and watched the platform. Families moving. Steam drifting. A boy with red hair and something on his nose trying to wave to someone through the glass. A girl with a dark blonde plait, not Daphne, someone younger, maybe 10, being straightened out by a father who had the particular frantic energy of someone who'd forgotten something but didn't know what yet. The compartment door slid open. Is it all right if I sit here? Everywhere else is mostly full already and that compartment has someone's toed loose and, a pause. Oh. Are you Harry Potter? He looked at the girl in the doorway. Brown hair, bright eyes, a slightly breathless quality that wasn't anxiety so much as concentrated energy looking for an outlet. She was holding a book with her thumb still in her page, which told Harry more about her than most introductions would have. Yes, he said. And you're Hermione Granger. She blinked. How do you know that? You're exactly what I expected, he said, which was true, and left the question technically unanswered. He gestured at the seat across from him. Please, sit. She sat, with the energy of someone who sat in the front of classrooms, and looked at him with frank curiosity. What did you mean? I'm exactly what you expected. You've read Hogwarts, a history, Harry said. Probably twice. You know the current Minister for Magic, the head of the Wizengamot, and the names of most of the current Hogwarts staff. You found out about your magical ability 2 years ago, which was later than most, so you've been compensating with research ever since. Hermione stared at him. How do you know all of that? You have the posture of someone who reads at a desk rather than in bed, your back's too straight for comfort reading. You knew to ask about Hogwarts from a school that most wizarding families take for granted, which means you researched it rather than inheriting knowledge of it. And you're here, on this train, with a book, instead of spending the last of summer with family, which suggests the reading is more comfortable than the social, not because you're antisocial, but because the magical world is still a recent discovery you're still processing. He said it without judgment, just observation. Hermione processed this for about 3 seconds. That's remarkable, she said, and meant it. How did you do that? I've had good teachers. He nodded at the book. What are you reading? Advanced Transfiguration Theory, she said, and then looked slightly defensive, as though she expected to be told it was too advanced. It's not on the first-year list, but I thought, Chapter 12, Harry said. The section on intent versus technique. What's your take on the central argument? She stopped looking defensive and started looking delighted, which was a transformation that happened fast enough to be slightly dazzling. I think Marchbanks overstates the case for intent, she said, sitting forward. She argues that intent is 70% of successful transfiguration, but if that were true, untrained children with strong magical intent would accidentally transfigure things far more often than they do, which suggests technique is a more significant mediating factor than she stopped. Sorry. I can go on for a while about this. I know, Harry said. That's why I asked. She looked at him again with that frank, assessing gaze. You're very strange, she said, which was the second time in 3 days someone had said that to him. Are all wizards like this? No, Harry said. Most of them are much simpler. He paused. There's something I should probably tell you. It's about you specifically, and it's going to sound surprising, and I'd rather you hear it from me early than discover it in a way that's confusing. Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone bracing for information. All right. Are you familiar with the concept of a blood compact in wizarding law? Page 412 of Hogwarts, a history, she said immediately. Brief mention. Ancient binding magic between wizarding families. The last documented one was sealed in the 9th century. She paused. Why? Harry told her. He didn't soften it and he didn't pad it out. He laid out the essential facts, the compact, the 7 families, the squib ancestry that linked her Granger line to a family named in the original text, and his own role as anchor, in the same efficient way Ragnarok had once laid them out for a 6-year-old sitting in a goblin's office. He watched her face while he talked. She went through about 6 expressions. He catalogued them: surprise, skepticism, intellectual interest overriding the skepticism, something that was probably outrage, and then the particular expression of someone who has decided to interrogate before reacting. Show me the documentation, she said. He opened his trunk and took out a folder. Ragnarok had suggested this. She'll want evidence, he'd said, with the air of someone who had reviewed her pre-enrollment assessments. Bring the relevant extracts. Hermione opened the folder and read with the focused intensity of someone diffusing something. Harry looked out the window and watched the landscape change from city to countryside and let her have the time. After 8 minutes, she looked up. The clause linking squib descendant lines is unambiguous, she said. The Latin is clear. My family's genealogy, she tapped a page. This traces back to a woman named Marjorie Coombe, 1743, listed here as a known squib of the Coombe family, which is, she traced a line, adjacent to the Davis line, which is one of the 7. She looked at Harry. This is real. Yes. And it means I'm, what, legally bound to some ancient magical contract I had no say in. Yes, Harry said. I know how that sounds. It sounds, Hermione said with precision, like exactly the kind of antiquated, consent-ignoring magical tradition that I have already spent 2 years reading about and finding deeply problematic. She closed the folder and handed it back. What does it actually require of me? In practical terms? An acknowledgement when the compact becomes public, which it will, probably at Hogwarts. Alliance, which means your interests and mine are legally protected by each other. And eventually, not now, a formal compact ceremony when we're all of age. He held her gaze. Nothing is required of you that you don't agree to. The compact creates the bond, but it doesn't override your judgment or your choices. The magical law on that point. Clause 9, Harry said. Anchor cannot compel. Can only offer and request. The heiresses retain full personal autonomy within the alliance. She considered. Who else? He told her. She listened. When he said Daphne Greengrass, her expression did something careful. She's Slytherin adjacent, Hermione said. By reputation, I mean. I've been reading about the houses. She's very smart and very practical, and she cares about her sister more than she cares about anything else, Harry said. Give her a chance before you form a firm view. Hermione looked at him for a long, searching moment. You're 11 years old, she said, finally. You talk like you're 40. I was raised by goblins, Harry said. We've been through this. She laughed, a real one, surprised out of her, and it changed her face entirely. Right, she said. Goblins. Of course. She shook her head, still smiling. Is there anything else I should know before we get there? Dumbledore, Harry said, will want to welcome me personally. He's going to be surprised by what he finds. When that happens, stay calm and let me handle it. Why will he be surprised? Because he thinks he knows what I am. Harry looked back out the window. The hills were gold now in the late afternoon sun, rolling out toward the horizon with the specific beauty of the Scottish border country. He's about to find out he's 5 years behind. The castle appeared with the same reliable drama it apparently always achieved, rising out of the dark with its towers lit and its lake black and vast below and the boats cutting quiet lines through the water. Harry sat in his boat and looked at Hogwarts and understood, for the first time, why people came here and felt like they'd come home. He'd had Gringotts. Which had been, in its own way, exactly what he'd needed, stone and efficiency and the deep underground certainty of a place that had been built to last. But this was something different. This was magic that had been lived in for 1,000 years, and it showed in every lit window and every shadow in the courtyard and the way the air tasted different inside the gates. The first years clustered in an entrance hall with a ceiling that went up into darkness, and Professor McGonagall materialized from the interior with a tartan that could have stopped traffic and an expression that suggested she'd done this enough times to have an extremely efficient internal process for managing first-year anxiety. She gave her speech. Harry listened and watched the other first years and found Daphne 2 rows over, standing very straight with a smaller girl he recognized from the file photos as Tracy Davis, who had dark hair and a face that was currently doing the work of looking calm and mostly succeeding. Tracy met his eyes across the crowd and her expression did something brief and complicated before settling back into neutral. She knew. Daphne had clearly talked to her. He found a girl with hair that had achieved a level of individuality that he suspected transcended normal hair physics, very blonde, floating slightly, with the quality of dandelion fluff that had made some architectural decisions. She was looking at the ceiling with an expression of serene attention, and when Harry looked up to see what she was looking at, there was nothing there except stone. Luna Lovegood, his instinct said. He filed it away. McGonagall led them through great doors into the Great Hall, which was exactly as described in the 17 different texts Harry had read that mentioned it, and therefore simultaneously familiar and nothing like he'd imagined. The ceiling was the night sky, which he'd known, but knowing it and standing under it were different propositions. He took it in and kept moving. The sorting hat was old and battered, and when it was put on his head it felt like something settling, comfortable, which was not the experience Gideon Mars had described from his own sorting. For Mars, it had been brief and decisive. For Harry, it started a conversation. "Well," said the hat, in a voice that wasn't a voice, more like a thought with personality. "This is interesting. I've been told that before," Harry thought back. "I imagine you have. Let's see, significant loyalty, genuine, not performed. Intelligence that is structural rather than accumulative, you think in systems, not facts. Ambition, though you'd argue with calling it that. A pause. And courage, real courage, which is different from recklessness in ways most people don't bother to distinguish. Another pause, longer. This is genuinely the most complex sorting I've done since 1962. You'd succeed in any of them. Then what's the question?" "The question," said the hat, "is what you want to build. Ravenclaw builds knowledge. Hufflepuff builds community. Gryffindor builds resistance. And Slytherin builds power," Harry thought. "Uses it," the hat corrected. "There's a difference, and you know it. A beat of something that felt like respect. The compact-bound heiresses in Slytherin will be better served by an anchor who is present. And the corruption in that house has been running unchecked for decades because nobody with real power has ever chosen to challenge it from the inside." Harry thought about this. About Daphne, and the debts her family carried, and the particular look on her face when she'd said Lucius Malfoy's name. "All right," he thought. "Slytherin," said the hat, and the table in green and silver erupted in a polite, calculated applause of people who had been raised to express enthusiasm with restraint, and Harry Potter walked to the Slytherin table and sat down and felt the shift in every eye that had followed him across the room. The whispers started immediately. He'd expected that. Harry Potter. He's Harry Potter. Did you see, Harry Potter in Slytherin? He kept his face easy and his posture relaxed and let it move around him. Daphne was sorted 7 names later, and she walked to the Slytherin table with her chin at a precise angle that broadcast nothing, and she sat across from Harry, and they looked at each other for a moment while the next name was being called. "Slytherin," she said quietly. "Apparently. My father won't believe it." "Mine might have," Harry said, and looked back at the front as Tracy Davis was sorted, Slytherin, efficient, and then Hermione Granger, who stood under the hat for nearly 3 minutes while her expression moved through about 11 stages of internal debate, and then landed in Gryffindor, which was both a surprise and not. She sat at the red table and found Harry's eyes across the hall, and he gave a small nod that meant "we'll figure it out," and she gave one back that meant "yes, we will, and I have questions." The blonde girl with the floating hair was sorted into Ravenclaw. She walked to the table still looking at something no one else seemed to see, and sat down, and went back to looking at the ceiling. "Luna," Harry confirmed. The feast appeared. The hall filled with noise. And down the staff table, at the center chair, Albus Dumbledore sat with silver robes and half-moon spectacles and a long white beard and the particular quality of a man who had learned to project wisdom so completely that people had stopped checking whether the projection matched the reality. He was watching Harry. Harry knew he was being watched. He'd grown up in a house where not noticing attention was dangerous, and 5 years of deliberate training hadn't reduced that instinct, just refined it. He kept eating and kept talking to Daphne about nothing in particular and let Dumbledore watch. The old man's expression was hard to read at this distance, but Harry had one advantage: he knew what Dumbledore expected to see. A small, confused, probably overwhelmed boy who'd survived on Privet Drive and arrived at Hogwarts for the first time with the stunned wonder of someone entering a world he'd been locked out of. What Dumbledore was seeing instead was a boy who was eating roast chicken with the contained ease of someone who'd already decided what they thought about the room, and talking to a greengrass like it was natural, and not looking overwhelmed by anything. Harry waited until he was fairly sure he had the old man's full attention, and then looked up the table and met Dumbledore's eyes directly. It lasted about 3 seconds. Then Harry went back to his chicken, and Daphne made a dry comment about the Slytherin prefect's opening remarks that was too quiet for anyone else to hear, and Harry laughed, a real one, and felt, underneath everything, the particular sensation of a game beginning that he'd spent 5 years preparing for. He was ready. The hall glittered and roared, and somewhere under the floor, ancient magic moved like water through stone, recognizing what had arrived in it, running through roots and walls and foundations to 7 different places and 7 different girls, and announcing, in whatever language magic used, "He's here." Harry felt it go. Like a pulse from his sternum, quiet and clean and certain. He didn't look up. He took another piece of bread, and listened to Daphne explain the internal politics of the Slytherin common room with the focused economy of someone briefing an officer, and thought that tomorrow was going to be interesting. Tomorrow, he discovered, was going to have to wait. Because when the feast ended and the students filed out, Professor McGonagall appeared at his shoulder with the expression of someone delivering news they'd been holding for most of the evening. "Mr. Potter," she said, in a tone he couldn't quite read. "The headmaster would like a word." Harry looked at her. McGonagall's face was carefully composed, but there was something in the set of her jaw that he recognized, the expression of a person who has been asked to do something they have private reservations about. "Of course," Harry said pleasantly. He followed her through stone corridors while the rest of Slytherin went one way and the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office ground aside for another, and the circular staircase took him up and around and deposited him in front of a door that McGonagall opened and then, with a slight tightening around her eyes, did not enter through. Harry went in alone. The office was full of the silver instruments and the soft turning of tiny mechanisms and the sleeping portraits of headmasters past arranged in graduated attention. A phoenix sat on a perch and looked at Harry with orange eyes that were old in the way that very few eyes were old. Dumbledore stood at the window with his back to the room. When Harry came in, he turned, and his expression went through something fast and private before settling into warm welcome, and Harry filed away the fact that the transition had been visible. "Harry," said Dumbledore. His voice was warm and careful in equal measure. "My goodness. How you've grown." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "Or should I say, Headmaster?" "Headmaster will do, for now." Dumbledore gestured at a chair. "Please, sit." Harry sat. Dumbledore sat across from him and looked at him over the half-moon spectacles with an expression that was doing a great deal of work, grandfatherly concern and genuine warmth, and, underneath both, something that was calculating trajectories. Harry had read about legilimency. He kept his surface thoughts light and his deeper ones still. "I've been very worried about you," Dumbledore said. "I was told you'd received your Hogwarts letter, but there was an irregularity with the follow-up. And you never confirmed. How has life been, my boy? With your aunt and uncle?" "My boy." Harry noted it. "I left Privet Drive 5 years ago," he said. "I assumed you knew." The warm expression held, but something behind it went very quiet. "Left?" "Through the fence," Harry said. "I was 6. The situation had become untenable." He kept his voice conversational, like he was discussing something unremarkable. "I made my way to Gringotts. They've been managing my situation since then under the compact provision for emancipated minors." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I assumed Ragnarok had informed you." He suggested he would. Ragnarok had said nothing of the sort. But watching what Dumbledore did next was important. The old man's expression moved through something that, in a lesser performer, would have been transparent. He settled on a version of concerned surprise. "The compact," he said carefully. "You know about it," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "I know of it, yes. It's a very ancient piece of magic." He set his fingers together in the gesture of someone buying time to think. "Harry, I must tell you, there are aspects of the magical world, aspects of your position specifically, that are more complex and more dangerous than they might appear. The compact in particular, is legally unambiguous, was sealed by magic older than any current authority, and supersedes any guardianship arrangement made on my behalf without my knowledge, Harry said pleasantly. I've read the original text. Several times. Silence. The phoenix made a soft sound. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked, in a way that he probably hadn't needed to do for a very long time, the look of a chess player discovering that the piece they thought was a pawn has been a queen for years, and there was a moment of genuine recalibration happening behind the spectacles. You are not what I expected, he said, finally. No, Harry agreed. I'm not. Another silence. Longer this time. I should tell you, Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted, the grandfatherly warmth slightly recalibrated towards something more honest, that the choices I made for you were made with your safety in mind. The blood wards on Privet Drive collapsed when I left, Harry said. Ragnarok had the monitoring charms on my status from the day the compact activated. The ward degradation was measured. The wards began failing when I was 4, which the monitoring data suggests correlates with the nature of my treatment in that house. He paused. Safety is a complicated word when applied to a situation like Privet Drive. Dumbledore had gone very still. I don't want to be enemies, Harry said, and meant it. I understand why you made the choices you did. I think you were wrong about several of them, and I think you'll continue to be wrong about several things because you've been the most powerful person in a room for long enough that you've stopped having anyone who can tell you so. He tilted his head. But you opposed Voldemort for decades and I take that seriously, and the war that's probably coming is going to need everyone pointing in the same direction. He held the old man's gaze. I'd like to figure out if we can work together. But that requires you to understand that managing me isn't available as an option. The office was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment, with those blue eyes that people described as twinkling but which were, in Harry's assessment, simply the eyes of someone very intelligent who'd long ago learned to lead with warmth because it was effective. Then the old man said, very softly, "How old are you?" 11, Harry said. But I had good teachers. And Dumbledore, for what might have been the first time in a very long time, laughed, a real one, not performed, surprised out of him, and the sound of it made the portrait stir and the phoenix look up and the whole office feel, just briefly, like a place where honesty lived. It wasn't trust. Not yet. Possibly not ever. But it was a beginning that Harry could work with. He walked back to the dungeons through empty corridors with the castle breathing around him and the compact's pulse quiet in his chest and the sense, clear and clean and particular, that tomorrow was going to be interesting after all. He found the Slytherin common room, stone and green and the light of the fire playing against everything, and went to his dorm and lay on his bed and looked at the ceiling. 31 inches, 7 cracks in the floorboard, and the spiders that either moved on or got eaten. He'd moved on. He smiled at the ceiling, and went to sleep. Chapter 3, The Weight of Green. The Slytherin common room had a quality that Harry took 2 days to properly identify, and when he did, the word that came to him was performative. Every conversation in it was happening on 2 levels simultaneously, the surface level, which was what was being said, and the actual level, which was a constant running negotiation about status and alliance and threat. It was exhausting to watch and would have been more exhausting to participate in, except that Harry had spent 5 years learning to read exactly this kind of social architecture, just in a different language. The goblins did it differently. They were direct about hierarchy and brutal about weakness, but they didn't pretend. What you saw was what the situation was. The Slytherin common room pretended constantly, and the pretending was the point, and everyone knew it and nobody said so. Harry found it interesting the way you find a lock interesting when you know how to pick it. He made no moves the first 2 days. He watched. He catalogued who deferred to whom, who held the room when they walked into it, where the anxious glances went. He ate breakfast and attended classes and was polite to everyone, which in a house where politeness was either armor or a weapon, created the specific confusion of people unable to determine which one he was using. Draco Malfoy introduced himself on the third morning. Harry had been expecting it. He'd seen it building, the way Draco moved through the common room with the instinctual ownership of someone who'd been told all his life that the room was his, and the way he'd been watching Harry with the particular expression of someone who can't decide whether they're annoyed or curious and is leaning toward both. When Draco dropped into the seat across from Harry at breakfast with the casual confidence of someone who didn't need to ask if the seat was free, Harry looked up from his copy of Magical Law, a practitioner's guide, and waited. "You're in my house," Draco said, by way of greeting. "Observant," Harry said. A flicker of something in the grey eyes. "And you're Harry Potter." He said it like a card being placed on a table. "Which is unexpected." "For everyone," Harry agreed. "How are you finding it?" Draco blinked. He'd been ready for deference or confrontation and gotten neither, and Harry watched him recalibrate. "It's my house," Draco said again, with slightly less certainty this time. "I know." "Malfoy," Harry said. "Lucius is your father." Something straightened in Draco's spine, the name of his father invoked with exactly enough familiarity to be notable. "Yes. He'll want to know about me. He'll want your impressions." Harry turned a page. "I'd be interested in what you tell him." "Why?" "Because I'd like to know what he does with the information." He glanced up. "Your father is intelligent. I have some respect for that. It makes him more interesting than straightforwardly dangerous." Draco looked at him for a long moment. Harry had a sense of internal machinery working, of assessments being performed that Draco had been taught but not yet perfected. He was 11 years old and raised on absolute confidence in his own position, and Harry was sitting here neither threatened by him nor dismissing him, which were the only two modes Draco had probably encountered before. "You're strange," Draco said, for the third time from 3 different people, and Harry thought he might need to accept it as a fixed quality. "Probably," Harry said. "Are you going to eat? Your eggs are getting cold." Draco looked at his plate, then back at Harry, then, with the decision of someone committing to something they haven't fully categorized, picked up his fork and ate his eggs. Which was not the conversation he'd planned, but was, Harry thought, a significantly better opening than the alternative. Potions was in the dungeons, which Harry found appropriate for Snape without knowing why until he walked into the classroom and met the man for the first time and understood immediately that the dungeon aesthetic was not incidental but integral. Snape was a person who had arranged himself as a dungeon, cold and dark and full of things that would burn you if you touched them wrong. He swept in from the back, robes moving with theatrical efficiency, and his eyes traveled the room in a way that landed on Harry with a particular stillness. "Potter," he said, before taking the register. "Our new celebrity." The word came out like something unpleasant being placed on a table. Harry met Snape's look with the same steadiness he'd brought to the conversation with Dumbledore, and said nothing, and Snape's eyes narrowed slightly before he moved on. The question started 10 minutes into the lesson. Harry had read that Snape taught potions like an interrogation, rapid-fire questions designed to expose ignorance, and he settled into his seat and listened to a Gryffindor at the front get systematically dismantled, and then felt Snape's attention arrive on him like a hand on his shoulder. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death," Harry said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The asphodel and wormwood combination is in Libaceous Borgia's Advanced Potion Making, Chapter 7, though the preparation method there has an error in the 3rd step. The moonstone should be added after the lacewing flies, not simultaneously. Adding them together degrades the potency by approximately 30%. Snape was very still. "The textbook error has apparently persisted through multiple editions," Harry continued, "which is frustrating, because the correct method has been in Gulpalot's notes since 1871 and anyone cross-referencing would catch it." The classroom was very quiet. "Where the Bezoar can be found," Snape said, and his voice had shifted from dismissive to something Harry couldn't quite classify yet. "Stomach of a goat. Functions as an antidote to most common poisons. I'd note it doesn't work on all of them," Baneberry toxin and certain dark-crafted venoms require specific counter-curses rather than bezoars, which is a gap in general knowledge that has caused problems in several historical poisoning cases. Another silence. The difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. Same plant, Harry said. Also called aconite. The name difference is regional and causes more confusion than it should, given that both are listed on first-year supply lists without clarification. He paused. The preparation method matters significantly depending on the intended use. Wolfsbane potion specifically requires the plant to be prepared during a lunar cycle, which is unrelated to its toxicity but relevant to its magical function. Snape looked at him for a long, unreadable moment. 5 points to Slytherin, he said, and moved on. It wasn't warmth. Snape wasn't built for warmth in any recognizable way. But it was acknowledgement, which from Snape, Harry would later understand, was a rare and significant currency. He went back to his cauldron and started his work and felt Daphne, who was his bench partner, not quite looking at him with an expression he was beginning to categorize as her version of impressed. Borgia's error, she said quietly, when Snape was at the other end of the room. I know about that. Your family's been brewing seriously for generations, Harry said. You'd know. He adjusted his flame. I was curious if Snape knew. He wrote a monograph on it in 1983, Daphne said. Under a pseudonym. My father has a copy. Harry looked at her. How do you know it's Snape? The style is unmistakable once you've read his student annotations, which my father bought at an estate sale. She didn't look up from her chopping. He was brilliant at 17. He's brilliant now. He's just also miserable, which tends to obscure the first thing. Harry thought about this for the rest of the lesson and found it more interesting than almost anything Snape had said himself. The flying lesson was the thing that made the rest of Hogwarts look at Harry differently, and he hadn't planned it, which was perhaps why it worked. It was Madame Hooch, a yellow-eyed woman with the intensity of someone who'd given the same lesson too many times to not have opinions about it, and the situation with Neville Longbottom's remembrall was exactly as Harry had known it would be before it happened. Draco, performing for his audience, throwing the thing out of spite and expecting the rules to protect him because they always had. Harry had his broom in the air before he'd consciously decided to move. The remembrall came down out of the sky and he snagged it 15 feet off the ground with his left hand, one-handed, broom perfectly level, and the only thought in his head was the specific trajectory calculation he'd done in the half-second between seeing it thrown and launching himself, which he'd worked out from reading 3 books on Quidditch physics during his 4th year in Gringotts. He dropped back to the ground without particular drama and landed clean. Then he looked up at the circle of faces. There was a very specific quality to the silence that followed. It was the silence of people recalibrating. He'd seen it on Daphne's face in Madame Malkin's, on Dumbledore's in his office, and now he was seeing it distributed across 40 children at once, which was both stranger and more satisfying than he'd expected. Draco's face was the most interesting. Caught between indignation and something that Harry recognized as the beginning of a more complicated feeling. Neville Longbottom, hovering uncertainly 6 feet off the ground on his broom with the desperate expression of someone who has been at the center of an incident without choosing to be, said, "Oh, thank you, here," Harry said, and tossed the remembrall back up to him gently enough that even Neville could catch it. Which he did, barely, with the triumph of a boy who'd expected to drop it. Madame Hooch was looking at Harry with yellow eyes that had gone speculative. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Madame Hooch," he said. "You've flown before." "I've read extensively about it," Harry said. "This is the first time on an actual broom." The yellow eyes did something sharp and interested. "My office," she said, "after class." And then, before anyone else could process what they'd seen, everyone back on your brooms. The conversation after class was brief. Madame Hooch asked 3 technical questions about aerodynamic theory, received 3 precise answers, and then looked at him with the expression of someone who had found exactly what she'd been looking for without knowing she was looking for anything. "I'm going to speak to Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall," she said. The Quidditch rule about first years exists for good reasons, but the exceptional clause exists for better ones. Harry had in fact read the exceptional clause. That would be fine, he said. He was on the Slytherin Quidditch team by the following Tuesday. The first week of classes established a pattern that Harry found simultaneously useful and faintly irritating. He was better than the curriculum, which wasn't arrogance, it was just what 5 years of intensive tutoring produced. He tried not to be obvious about it, not because he was hiding but because there was a difference between being capable and performing capability, and he preferred the former. But it was becoming clear that the gap was visible regardless. The faint irritation came from the second-order effects of that visibility. People in Slytherin wanted to align with him, which he understood and had anticipated. What he hadn't fully anticipated was the specific texture of those approaches, the way every conversation had an offer underneath it, implicit or explicit, and the way refusal had to be managed carefully because a rejected alliance in Slytherin had a tendency to become an active opposition, and he had enough of those already without manufacturing new ones. He spent Thursday lunch making a mental map of which approaches he could afford to decline, which he could defer, and which needed a response of some kind, when Tracy Davis sat down next to him with her tray and said, without preamble, "You know everyone's watching you." "Yes," Harry said. "It doesn't bother you?" "Not particularly." Tracy ate a bite of her sandwich and considered him sideways. She had a face made for direct statements, honest in the way that some people were honest, not because they lacked the social capacity for subtlety but because they'd decided it wasn't worth the effort most of the time. "Daphne told me about the meeting at Diagon Alley," she said. "She didn't tell me everything. But she told me enough." "What did she leave out?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about the editorial choices. Tracy's mouth twitched. "She left out that she was," a pause, choosing the word, "unsettled." "Daphne doesn't get unsettled. She's been not quite unsettled since the day she came home from that meeting, and the only time I've ever seen anything like it before was when Astoria had a bad week." Harry looked at her. "I told her about Astoria's progress. Ragnarok's monitoring data." "I know." Tracy set her sandwich down. "She cried when she got home. In private. She'd have died before telling you that." She met his eyes. "I'm not telling you to embarrass her. I'm telling you because you should understand that you didn't just gain an ally at that meeting. You handed a very controlled person something she'd spent 3 years trying not to want too much, because wanting things you can't control is dangerous." She picked her sandwich back up. "So be careful with her." Harry was quiet for a moment. "How long have you two been friends?" "Since we were 4, Tracy said. She told me I was doing my hair wrong and fixed it before I could argue, and somehow we've been inseparable since." "That," Harry said, "sounds exactly like Daphne." Tracy laughed, quick and genuine, and Harry thought that he hadn't expected to like Tracy Davis quite this much quite this quickly, which was, he supposed, what happened when you expected the briefing document and got the actual person. "The compact," Tracy said, more quietly. "I've been reading about it. Since Daphne told me. And it says the Davis family is included because our line maintained the binding warding on 2 of the 7 original estates for 6 generations." She looked at her plate. "My grandmother knew about it. She died without telling my parents." A pause. "My parents think I'm here to get a good education and make useful connections." Which is also true. Just, additionally true. "Tracy." She looked up. "The compact asks for alliance, not service," Harry said. "There's a difference. Everything you're building here," he gestured at the table, "the hall, the school broadly, is yours. The compact is additional, not instead of." He held her gaze. "I need people around me who have their own stakes in things. Not people whose only stake is me." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "Daphne was right." "About what?" "She said you were strange but probably worth it." Tracy picked up her sandwich again. "I'm updating too, definitely worth it. Jury still out on Strange. Quirrell was a problem Harry identified in his first week, which was 2 weeks before most of Gryffindor and approximately a month before anyone in authority seemed to notice. The stammer was too consistent. That was the first thing. Real anxiety produced a stammer that varied with context, worse in high-stakes moments, better in comfortable ones. Quirrell's stammer was approximately the same regardless of whether he was teaching 31st years or greeting one professor in the corridor. It was a performance that had been calibrated and then held at that calibration, which was the mistake that performance always made when it lost contact with the feeling it was supposed to represent. The second thing was the smell. Faint, something under the garlic and the general academic mustiness, something darker, something that made the part of Harry's brain that had been trained by goblins to recognize dark artifacts sit up and pay attention. He couldn't identify it precisely from across a classroom, but it was consistent, and it was coming from the direction of Quirrell's turban. He filed it. He didn't act on it immediately, because he was 11 years old in a school full of adults and acting on a suspicion about a possessed professor required either evidence or allies in positions of authority, and Dumbledore was not yet an ally he trusted with information this sensitive. He needed to know more before he moved. He started sitting closer to the front in defense against the dark arts, which Quirrell seemed to mistake for enthusiasm, which was fine. He asked questions about dark artifacts, specifically, and watched Quirrell's responses. The stammer intensified, fractionally but measurably, when the questions got close to something real, and the turban seemed to, Harry had no precise word for this, listen. After the fourth lesson, Harry stopped outside the classroom and waited until the last student had gone, and then said, to Quirrell directly, "You know a great deal more about dark magic than your lesson plans suggest." Quirrell blinked at him. I'm afraid I don't. The taxonomy section you taught on Monday," Harry said. "You corrected the textbook's classification of confundus variants. The textbook's classification is standard, and the correction was accurate, which means your actual knowledge is significantly above what you're presenting." He watched Quirrell's face. "I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm interested in the defense curriculum specifically, and I wanted you to know that I'd engage with a higher level of material if you chose to present it." Quirrell looked at him with those watery eyes, and the stammer was entirely absent for just a moment where something else looked out from behind the anxiety, and then it came back. I'll bear that in mind, P. Potter," he said. Harry nodded politely and left. He didn't know what was under the turban yet, not precisely. But he knew that whatever it was, it had looked at him with a recognition that had nothing to do with Quirrell himself. He told Daphne that evening in the common room, quietly, while Tracy maintained a watching position near the door that was nominally because she was finishing an essay. Daphne listened without interrupting. Then she said, "The third-floor corridor." "The restricted one," Harry said. "Flitwick mentioned it to Sprout in a conversation I wasn't supposed to hear but did, because they were in the greenhouse and the acoustic properties of glass are apparently not well understood by professors." She kept her voice low. "Something's being kept there. Something significant. Several different protective enchantments set by multiple staff members." Harry thought about the thing in Gringotts Vault 713, which he'd read about in the bank's internal security records. The vault had been emptied on behalf of Dumbledore in July, contents unspecified. "I think I know what it is," he said. "Or what it's connected to. Should I ask?" "Not yet." He turned a page of the book he wasn't reading. "If Quirrell's after it, it changes the timing on several things I was planning to let develop naturally." He was quiet for a moment. "I need to write to Ragnarok. Using your regular correspondence channels?" "No. The private ones." He glanced at her. "Can you get me access to the Ollery after 11? Without it being logged?" Daphne looked at him with the expression of someone consulting an internal ledger of favors and contacts. "Through the greenhouse," she said. "There's a passage. Sprout doesn't know she knows, and by extension doesn't know I know, and by extension doesn't know that half of Slytherin uses it. The botanical exception to the secret passage economy," Harry said. Exactly. She paused. This is serious, isn't it? It wasn't a question, but he answered it like one. It's the beginning of something serious, he said. Voldemort isn't dead. I've known that for a while. He's been getting closer to viable since last year, and whatever's in that corridor is what he needs to get the rest of the way. He said the name without lowering his voice, because you either said things or you didn't. If Quirrell is his current vehicle, then this year is when it moves. Daphne was very still. She had the quality, when she went still, of something expensive and precise. What do you need from me? Right now. The passage to the Ollery. He looked at her. Later, I need you to help me understand what Lucius Malfoy knows and when he knows it. If Voldemort is moving, Malfoy will feel the shift. He'll start positioning. He'll contact Draco, Daphne said. Draco, Harry said, is going to be one of the most interesting conversations I have this year. He looked at the fire. He's not his father yet. He might not become him. Daphne gave him a sideways look that was skeptical and intrigued in equal parts. You want to bring Draco Malfoy in? I want to keep the option open, Harry said. He's 11. What he becomes depends on what he's shown is possible. He paused. The compact doesn't require me to have enemies among people who could be something else. Daphne was quiet. Then, you're going to be very exhausting to be allied with. Probably, Harry said. It's 10:30 at night. Tracy, Harry said, at normal volume. Tracy, from the door, I'll get the kettle. Halloween arrived with the castle decorated in orange and black and the great hall full of the specific excess of a feast designed to impress, and Harry sat at the Slytherin table and ate and talked and kept half his attention on the staff table, where Quirrell had been fidgeting since dinner started in a way that was different from his usual performed anxiety. He didn't find out about the troll until Tracy grabbed his arm under the table and said, very quietly, Quirrell just told Dumbledore something and Dumbledore's face did a thing. Harry looked. Dumbledore's expression was controlled, but McGonagall was already moving, and Snape was gone. Harry hadn't noticed him leave, which meant Snape moved fast when he wanted to. Then the doors burst open. Quirrell came in at a run, which was the only time Harry had ever seen him move with any urgency, and the stammer was gone entirely, swallowed by something that performed very effective fear. Troll in the dungeons, he announced, and then fainted with the theatrical timing of someone who'd practiced. The hall erupted. Harry was on his feet before Dumbledore called for calm, because there was one thing Quirrell's announcement had just told him: Quirrell wanted the students evacuated. And if the students were evacuated from the dungeons, the third floor, he said to Daphne. She was already on her feet. He's using the troll as a distraction. Go back to the common room with everyone else, he told her. Tell Tracy. He turned to move. And you, she said, sharp and low. I need to see what he does when he gets there. He met her eyes. I'm not confronting him. I'm watching. Harry, Daphne. He held her gaze. I know what I'm doing. She held his gaze for 2 seconds, 2 full seconds of assessing whether that was true, and then stepped back. If you're not back by midnight, she said, I'm telling Snape everything. Fair, he said, and went. The corridors were chaos, moving in one direction while he moved in the other, which meant most of the crowd was too busy being directed to notice one boy going the wrong way. He took the route he'd mapped in his first week, the one that avoided the main staircase and the prefect patrol lines, and he was on the 3rd floor in 4 minutes. The corridor was empty. The door at the end was closed. He stopped 20 feet from it and pressed himself to the wall and waited. He heard the troll before he saw any evidence of Quirrell, distant, thudding, in the dungeons below as planned. Then footsteps on the stairs, quick and purposeful and not stammering at all, and Quirrell came around the corner, unwrapping the turban as he walked. Harry stayed very still. He'd extinguished his wand light. The shadows in the corridor were heavy and Quirrell's attention was forward, toward the door. What he saw next he would describe to Ragnarok a week later with precision, because precision was what Ragnarok would need and also because precision was the only way to keep the memory from being something other than information. The back of Quirrell's head had a face on it. Not Quirrell's face. Something else, wearing the back of Quirrell's skull like a mask, and even at 20 feet Harry could feel the cold coming off it, not temperature, but the cold of something fundamentally opposed to living things, the cold of intent stripped of everything but itself. The thing that had been Voldemort looked at the door to the third-floor corridor. And Harry, without making a sound, sent a monitoring charm through the stone to the other side of the door, not a spell taught in first year, not a spell in the Hogwarts curriculum at all, something Gideon Mars had taught him in their second year when Harry had asked what the most useful non-combat magic he could learn was, and held the impression of what was on the other side. Mirror. Large. Something emanating from it that made the monitoring charm bounce back strange. He filed it all away. Then, while Quirrell's attention was entirely on the door and whatever calculation was happening behind that terrible face, Harry moved backward down the corridor, silent as he'd taught himself on Privet Drive where silence was sometimes all you had, and turned and walked at normal pace back toward the stairs. He was back in the Slytherin common room by midnight. Daphne was sitting in the chair by the fire with her arms crossed and an expression that was relief performing as anger. "Well," she said. "He didn't get through," Harry said, dropping into the adjacent chair. "Whatever's protecting the corridor held." He looked at the fire. "He'll try again when he has more preparation. This was a test run." "What did you see?" "Enough." He laced his fingers together. "Ragnarok's letter needs to go tonight. And I need to find out if Dumbledore knows Quirrell is compromised, or if he's working under the assumption that his protections are sufficient and the object is safe." "How do you find that out without asking him directly?" "I ask McGonagall," Harry said. "She knows things she doesn't say, and she says things she doesn't know she's saying if you listen carefully." He looked at Daphne. "She watched Dumbledore place me with the Dursleys and said nothing, which means she had reservations she chose not to act on. People with reservations that they've suppressed are interesting. They're looking for reasons to act differently." Daphne looked at him with the fire light doing things to the angles of her face. "You've known all this since you got here," she said slowly. "Quirrell. The corridor. The object." She paused. "You've been watching it develop." "I've been learning the specific shape of it," he said. "There's a difference between knowing a threat is coming and knowing how to address it." He paused. "I'm not going to let him get what he needs. But I also can't stop what's coming by acting too early and driving it into a corner before I understand all its exits." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. "Astoria had a good month," she said, out of nowhere. Harry blinked. It was the first time she'd brought her sister up without him raising the subject first. "Ragnarok's last report?" "Yes." She kept looking at the fire. "She's 9. She doesn't know yet, about the curse. My parents haven't told her because they didn't know how to explain it without." She stopped. "She had a good month. She was angry last week because she had too much energy and couldn't go outside." The corners of her mouth moved. "She's never had too much energy before." Harry said nothing. "Let it sit." "So," Daphne said, after a moment, and her voice had done something subtle that was not quite different from its usual precise quality but was different in the way that mattered, "Whatever you're doing about the corridor and Quirrell and all of it, I'm in. Completely." She looked at him. "Not because of the compact. Because I owe you something that doesn't have a legal term for it and I intend to repay it." Harry looked at her for a moment. Then he said, "You don't owe me anything." "Shut up," she said pleasantly. "I'm having a sincere moment. Don't ruin it." He laughed, quiet, but genuine, and the fire popped and somewhere in the castle, whatever it was guarding its secrets behind a locked door on the 3rd floor, and outside the castle the October dark sat heavy over the lake, and somewhere in 7 different places 7 different girls felt the compact's magic move like a tide coming in, warm and certain. Harry Potter sat in the Slytherin common room and thought about trolls and faces on the backs of heads and the specific patience of playing a long game, and found, to his own mild surprise, that he was not afraid. He was paying attention. Which was, he decided, the most dangerous thing you could be. Chapter 4, 7 Names. The scroll appeared at breakfast on the 1st of November. Not delivered by owl, not carried by a professor, not slipped under a door or handed across a table. It simply arrived, materializing in the center of the Slytherin table between the toast rack and a bowl of porridge with the unhurried certainty of something that had always been there and had only just decided to be visible. It was old parchment, darker than any parchment Harry had seen in Gringotts archives, rolled and sealed with wax the color of old blood, and the seal itself was not a family crest or an institutional mark but something older, 7 lines converging on a single point. Harry looked at it for 3 seconds. Then he picked it up, broke the seal, and unrolled it. The ink was the same as the names in Ragnarok's office, that quality of having grown rather than been written, letters in a script that was partly Latin and partly something older. The names appeared one by one, not simultaneously but in sequence, each one burning briefly as it became visible, as if the magic was introducing them individually and felt the introductions mattered. Daphne Elara Greengrass. Daphne, who had been watching since the moment it appeared, went very still beside him. Hermione Jean Granger. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Harry heard a sharp intake of breath. Fleur Isabelle Delacour. Nobody at Hogwarts reacted to that one. The name meant nothing to anyone here yet. Nymphadora Andromeda Tonks. Tracy Miriam Davis. Next to him, Tracy set her spoon down with a small careful click. Luna Celeste Lovegood. For tables over, the blonde girl with floating hair looked up from whatever she'd been reading as though she'd heard her name called from a great distance, and smiled at nothing in particular. And finally, with a weight behind it that the others hadn't carried, not because it was more important but because it was completing something, Harry James Potter. Anchor of the Blood Compact. By right of sacrifice, conquest, and inheritance. The scroll sealed itself closed. The Great Hall, which had been running at its normal breakfast volume of 400 people talking at once, went quiet in sections. The quiet spread outward from the Slytherin table like a stone dropped in water, one ring, then another, and by the time it reached the staff table, the entire hall was producing the specific silence of people who have all just witnessed the same thing and are waiting for someone else to explain it. Harry set the scroll down on the table. He looked at the staff table. McGonagall had gone the color of fresh paper. Dumbledore was holding his teacup with both hands and his expression was perfectly composed in the way that perfectly composed expressions got when the alternative was not something you could afford. Snape was looking at Harry with those black eyes and absolutely nothing on his face, which from Snape meant the something was significant. Quirrell, Harry noted, had gone a particular shade of grey. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger was on her feet. She made it across the hall in approximately 11 seconds, which was fast enough to arrive before most people had processed what they'd seen, and she was carrying her book and her expression was the one he'd catalogued as information received, analysis in progress, emotional response being held in queue. She stopped at the edge of the Slytherin table and looked at Harry. "That just had my name on it," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "In front of the entire school." "Yes. You knew this was going to happen today." He'd known the scroll would appear when the compact's magic judged the time appropriate, which was different from knowing the specific morning, but he'd had a reasonable estimate based on Ragnarok's notes about how activation events worked. He said, "I thought it would be soon." Hermione processed this with visible effort. "We need to talk," she said. "Sit down," Harry said, gesturing at the space Tracy had immediately created beside her. "All of you, actually," he looked at Tracy, at Daphne, at the hall broadly, "let's not do this standing up." Hermione sat at the Slytherin table, which was apparently a sufficient novelty that several fourth years stopped watching the scroll entirely to watch her instead. Luna Lovegood arrived 30 seconds later, walking between tables with the unhurried ease of someone navigating familiar terrain. She sat at the other end, looked at Harry down the length of the table with her wide, distant eyes, and said, "I've been waiting for the scroll for 2 years." "We know," Harry said, and meant it literally, because Ragnarok's notes about Luna Lovegood were 3 pages long and included the phrase appears to have anticipated compact activation by approximately 26 months with no known access to relevant documentation, which was written in Ragnarok's most neutral tone and therefore meant he found it deeply unsettling. Luna looked satisfied, in her particular way. She put a piece of toast in her mouth. "Right," Hermione said, in the tone of someone calling a meeting to order. "Explanations. Now." Dumbledore came to find Harry before lunch. Not after lunch. Not after consulting with the staff or reviewing the relevant texts or giving Harry time to prepare for a formal conversation. Before lunch, in the corridor outside the Transfiguration classroom, which meant he'd been watching for Harry's movements through the morning and chosen a moment when Harry would be temporarily separated from Daphne and Hermione, who had attached themselves to him throughout the morning like particularly purposeful satellites. Harry saw the separation coming 2 minutes before it happened. McGonagall had asked Daphne a question at the end of class that was perfectly calibrated to hold her for exactly long enough, and felt something that was adjacent to appreciation for the architecture of it. Then he walked into the corridor and Dumbledore was there, and Harry stopped, and they looked at each other. "A word, Harry," Dumbledore said. "If you don't mind." "Of course," Harry said, and didn't move toward his office, just stood in the corridor in a way that made it clear they were talking here, where anyone might pass. Dumbledore noticed this. His eyes moved fractionally, then returned to Harry with something that might have been amusement or might have been reassessment. "The scroll this morning," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "In my experience, and my experience with blood compacts is, I confess, largely theoretical, the activation event is typically private. Within the families involved." He let that sit. "A public manifestation in the Great Hall is unprecedented." "I know," Harry said. "Ragnarok said it would happen when the magic judged the context appropriate. I imagine 5 of the 7 compact-bound being in the same location for the first time created a sufficient threshold." He paused. "Or the magic has a sense of occasion." Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles. "The families this involves, the Greengrasses, the Lovegoods, the Devises, several of them have complex political positions." "I know. And the public nature of this morning will make those positions more complex, not less." He folded his hands inside his robes. "I am thinking, Harry, of your safety. An anchor to an activated blood compact is a significant target for anyone who wishes to destabilize the current order." Harry looked at him. "Professor," he said, evenly, "I appreciate the concern. I want to address 2 things. First, my safety is substantially my own responsibility at this point, and I have resources and knowledge to manage it. Second," he paused, "the compact's public activation means several families who were previously in uncomfortable positions now have a legal framework that protects them. That's not a problem. That's the point." Dumbledore was quiet. "The Greengrass family's obligations to the Malfoys," Harry said, watching the old man's face. "You know about those." Something moved behind the spectacles. "I know of some of Lucius's arrangements. The compact supersedes them. Legally, unambiguously." He held the blue gaze. "Lucius Malfoy is going to be unhappy about that. He's going to look for ways to challenge the compact's validity or my authority under it. I'd appreciate knowing whether I can count on the Wisengamot's chief warlock to recognize the legal standing of a 1200-year-old binding when it comes to it." The corridor was empty now. The last students had filtered to lunch and they were alone, an 11-year-old and the most powerful wizard in Britain, having a conversation about political architecture in the ordinary stone light. Dumbledore said, carefully, "You can count on me to act in the interests of the wizarding world." "Good," Harry said. "So can I." He moved to go. Then, because it felt relevant and also because watching Dumbledore's face when he said it was informative, the object on the 3rd floor. Nicholas Flamel's work, I assume. The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's face did something involuntary and immediate before the control came back. How? Vault 713 was emptied in July. The vault registered to an account with Flamel as beneficiary. The timing corresponds to Quirrell joining the Hogwarts staff. Harry looked at him steadily. I think you know Quirrell is compromised. I think you brought the stone here because you thought Hogwarts was more secure than Gringotts, and I think you're waiting to see what moves against it so you can confirm your suspicions about who's behind it. He paused. The problem is that the thing behind it isn't who. It's something that doesn't follow the patterns you're using to predict its behavior. Dumbledore had gone very still. Voldemort isn't dead, Harry said. It came out clean, no drama. He's been surviving on the edges of life for 10 years and he's getting stronger, and he's currently wearing the back of Quirrell's head. He let that settle. I saw it last night. You were on the 3rd floor, Dumbledore said, and something in his voice had shifted entirely, the grandfatherly warmth gone, replaced by something much more direct and much more interesting. This was the version of Dumbledore who'd fought a war. I watched from a distance, Harry said. He didn't see me. The protections held. He met the old man's eyes. I'm not planning anything unilateral. I'm telling you because you need the information and because I want you to trust me enough to give me information in return. He paused. That's a trade, not a request. A very long silence. Then Dumbledore said, You are the most extraordinary 11-year-old I have ever met. You've met a fair number, Harry said. Yes. The old man looked at him with those ancient eyes that were, Harry thought, genuinely seeing him for perhaps the first time. What do you want from me in return? Honesty, Harry said. When I ask you something relevant to my safety or the compact, I want an honest answer. Not the answer you think I should have. The actual one. He looked up the corridor and then back. And I want to be in the room when the stone becomes relevant. Not on the periphery. In the room. Dumbledore studied him for a very long moment. I'll consider it, he said. That's more than I expected, Harry said honestly. Thank you. He walked to lunch, and felt Dumbledore's eyes on his back the whole length of the corridor, and thought that I'll consider it from Albus Dumbledore was practically a yes. The afternoon was organized chaos. Every student Harry passed had an opinion about the scroll. The opinions ranged from fascinated to confused to, in the case of a third-year Gryffindor who clearly didn't know what a blood compact was but had strong feelings about Slytherins, vaguely indignant. The professors were visibly managing a collective decision about whether to address it formally, which was the institutional equivalent of hoping if you didn't look directly at something it would handle itself. Hermione cornered him in the library before dinner with a list. An actual list, written in her precise hand, both sides of a piece of parchment. Harry looked at it and then at her. How long did this take? Since breakfast, she said. I've been in here since Charms. She sat across from him with the contained urgency of someone who has spent a full day being unsatisfied with the available information. The legal implications of the compact for a Muggleborn, well, Squib descended, but the practical implication is similar, are not addressed in any of the standard texts. I found 2 references in the restricted section through the gap in the shelf on the east wall, which is a structural inconsistency that the librarian should probably address, and neither of them are comprehensive. What do you need? Harry said. The original text, she said immediately. In full. I can read Latin, I taught myself when I started researching after you told me on the train, and I want to read the marginal annotations because those are where the original authors put the things they weren't sure about, and the things people aren't sure about are always more informative than the things they are. Harry looked at her. She'd taught herself Latin in 6 weeks. He felt something that was genuine respect, which he didn't give easily and didn't perform. I can get you a copy. Ragnarok will authorize it. Good. She made a mark on her list. Second, the Delacour family. Who are they and what does their inclusion mean practically? because Vila-adjacent magic has specific properties that the standard taxonomy doesn't, Hermione. He waited until she looked up. The list. Walk me through it in order. She blinked. Then she smiled, briefly, with the expression of someone remembering that they're a person and not just a research problem. Sorry, she said. I get very focused. I know, he said. It's one of the more useful things about you. He settled back in his chair. From the top. They talked for 2 hours. It wasn't a briefing, it was something better, a genuine back and forth where Hermione asked questions that identified gaps in Harry's own thinking, and Harry provided context that reframed pieces of information she'd collected in isolation. Twice she corrected something he'd half remembered from his reading, precisely and without making it about anything except accuracy, which he respected enormously. You know, she said, near the end, when you told me on the train I was angry. I was very angry actually, for about 3 days. I know, Harry said. You went quiet in the corridor on Wednesday. I was watching for it. She looked at him. And now? Are you still angry? She considered it seriously. No, she said, finally. The squib ancestor is real. I verified it. My parents don't know, and I'm still working out how to feel about that. She paused. But the part that bothered me most was the idea that I was bound to something without choosing it, and then I read Clause 9, Anchor cannot compel, Harry said. Exactly. She folded her list. You could have not told me. You could have waited and let me find out some other way, some worse way. You told me on the first day, with documentation, and you gave me time to react and didn't try to manage how I reacted. She put the list in her bag. That tells me more about how you intend to operate than the actual text of the compact does. Harry looked at her. Most people, he said, when they're told something important, want to know the facts. You're one of the few people I've met who wants to know the shape of how they were told. The shape tells you about the person telling, she said simply. Yes, Harry said. She stood to go, then turned back. The scroll this morning. The way it arrived. You said you didn't know it was today specifically. I didn't. But it happened in front of everyone. She looked at him steadily. Were you hoping it would? Being public. He thought about answering carefully. Then he thought about what she'd said about the shape of how you told things. Yes, he said. Private activation would have let people treat the compact as a rumor, something to be managed quietly by the families involved and never fully acknowledged. Public means it's on record. It's witnessed. It's harder to challenge something that 400 people saw happen. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You're very strategic, she said. I try to be. I don't entirely trust strategic people, she said, as a rule. But you're strategic and honest about being strategic, which is a different category. She adjusted her bag. I'll make peace with it. She left. Harry sat in the library and looked at the space she'd occupied and thought that Hermione Granger was probably the most formidable person he was ever going to meet, and that the compact's magic had known exactly what it was doing. Draco found him that evening. Not in the common room, privately, in the alcove off the third corridor that Harry had identified as a dead zone in the prefect patrol routes on his second day. Draco was waiting there when Harry came through, which meant he'd followed him, which meant he'd been paying attention to Harry's movements in a way that was either threatening or significant, and Harry's instinct said significant. Draco looked different from the boy who'd sat across from him at breakfast 2 weeks ago. Still composed, still carrying the posture of someone raised to take up a room, but there was something underneath it that was doing work. Working through something. My father owed me this morning, Draco said, without greeting. I expected he would, Harry said. Draco stopped. Started again. He knows about the compact. He said it's real. He said, another stop, he said to establish a relationship with you. Find out what your intentions are. Report back. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Why are you telling me that?" Draco's jaw was doing something. "Because," he said, with the specific difficulty of someone saying something that cost them, "you told me in the first week that you wanted to know what I reported to him. And because he looked at a point on the wall, I don't want to do it without you knowing." "You're telling me your father asked you to spy on me," Harry said, "so that I know you're doing it. So you know I'm not just," Draco looked back, gray eyes working, "I'm not just his instrument. I live here too. This is my house too. I'm not going to," he stopped again. Harry filled in the rest of it. Draco Malfoy, 11 years old, caught between a father whose approval was the axis of his entire self-concept and something else that had started developing the moment Harry Potter sat across from him at breakfast and refused to be either deferential or dismissive. The something else was nascent and uncertain, and Draco probably couldn't name it yet. Harry could name it. It was the beginning of an independent thought about what Draco Malfoy actually wanted, separate from what Lucius Malfoy wanted. "Report back to your father," Harry said. Draco blinked. "Tell him my intentions are to honor the compact's obligations, protect the families named in it, and operate within established magical law." He held Draco's gaze. "All of that is true. Let him work with accurate information." He paused. "Tell him also that I intend to visit the Wisengamot before the winter term and that the Greengrass family's current obligations are being reviewed under compact law." Draco was very still. The implications of that last sentence were clear enough: the Greengrass debts to Lucius, the leverage he held, the compact's supersession of prior obligations. "He's going to," Draco started. "I know what he's going to do," Harry said. "I need to know when he decides to do it, which means I need him to receive the information and react. If the information goes through you, I know the timing." A long, complicated silence. "You're using me to get information on my father," Draco said. "Your father is using you to get information on me," Harry said. "The difference is that I'm telling you directly that that's what's happening. You can choose not to participate." He paused. "Can you tell him you don't want to be involved?" Draco looked at him as if this question had never been a real option before and was only barely becoming one now. "No," he said, quietly. "Then let's make it useful for both of us," Harry said. "Draco, I'm not your enemy. I have no reason to be. Your father and I are going to have a conflict, at some point, because his position and the compact's implications are incompatible, but that's between adults and it'll be handled through legal channels." He kept his voice even. "You're 11. You live in this castle. That's separate." Draco looked at him with an expression that was doing about 7 things simultaneously. Then, stiffly, like it cost him something, "Thank you." "Don't," Harry said. "I mean it genuinely. Don't thank me for treating you like a person. It's just, standard." That landed somewhere unexpected. Harry could see it. "All right," Draco said, and straightened, and pulled the old confidence back on. But underneath it was something new, some structural change too small to name yet, like a hairline crack in a foundation that would eventually let in light. Harry went back to the common room and found Daphne reading by the fire, and Tracy with her feet up on the coffee table and a charms essay going slowly, and the fire doing its good work, and the castle settled around them like something that was beginning, just beginning, to feel like it had a name. Ragnar's response to Harry's letter arrived 3 days later, carried by a Gringotts courier rather than an owl, a small, fast bird that had the quality of a memo rather than a letter, which Ragnar used when the contents were time-sensitive. "The information about Professor Quirrell has been logged. Several monitoring instruments have been alerted. Your assessment aligns with independent observations from other sources which I am not at liberty to specify but which are reliable. Regarding the stone, your identification of the object is correct. I have made inquiries through appropriate channels and have received confirmation that the protections are considered sufficient by all parties involved except, I note, the bank's own assessment, which rates them as adequate against conventional threats but structurally unsuited to the specific nature of the threat you have described. I have taken the liberty of informing the relevant families of the session date. The Greengrass solicitor has already filed a preliminary response. Miss Tonks, who was notified directly, described the situation as absolutely mental and said she would be there. One further item. The sixth name on the compact, Fleur Delacour, has been in contact with the bank through a Paris branch representative. She is aware of the compact's activation and the public event at Hogwarts. She is, per the representative's assessment, interested. Per my own assessment of the representative's tone, she is more than interested. The board, Mr. Potter, is fully in motion. Do not be late to your own game. Our Harry read the letter twice, folded it, and said to Daphne, the 20th. Daphne looked up. The Wisingamot session. Lucius is moving faster than I expected, Harry said. She set her book down. He's scared, she said, and for the first time when she said Lucius Malfoy's name, there was something other than the weight of obligation in her voice. There was the lightness, barely there, but real, of someone who has just realized the locked door has always had a key. Good, Harry said. Outside, November was turning the lake grey and cold, and the castle held its 1,000 years around them, and the blood compact that had been building for 12 centuries sat in the bones of the world and waited, patient as stone, for the next move. Harry started drafting his Wisingamot remarks. He was going to enjoy the 20th. Chapter 5, The Audit. The Wisingamot chamber was underground. Harry hadn't known this until he was in it, descending a staircase beneath the Ministry of Magic's atrium with Ragnarok 2 steps behind him and the sound of his own footsteps doing interesting things in the stone acoustics. He'd read about the chamber, circular, tiered, old, but reading about a thing and walking into it were different propositions, as he kept discovering about the wizarding world. The chamber was lit by something that wasn't quite torchlight and wasn't quite magic but sat between them, and the seats rose in concentric rings around a central space that was either a floor or a stage depending on your perspective. 52 Wisingamot members. Currently 47 present. Harry counted without appearing to count, which was a skill Griphook had drilled into him with the patience of someone who understood that information gathering was most effective when invisible. Ragnarok had spent the journey from Hogwarts, authorized by McGonagall under protest, countered by a legal provision Harry had cited from memory that compelled the school to release a minor for Wisingamot business, briefing Harry on the chamber's current political composition with the economy of someone who didn't believe in wasting words. Old Guard on the left tiers, Reform adjacent on the right, the genuinely neutral occupying the middle rows with the careful posture of people who'd learned that the center was the most expensive position in any room. Dumbledore sat at the top, in the Chief Warlock's chair, which was elevated fractionally above the rest and carved from something darker than the surrounding stone. He looked down at Harry when Harry entered and his expression was, as usual, doing several things simultaneously. Harry nodded to him and moved to the central floor, where a chair had been placed, the witness position, technically, though the framing of the session was ostensibly a legal review rather than an examination. Lucius Malfoy sat in the third tier, left side, in silver-gray robes that had been chosen to look understated and managed to look expensive instead. He had a stillness that Harry associated with large animals that were good at waiting. His eyes tracked Harry from entry to the central chair, and when Harry sat and looked directly back at him, Lucius didn't look away. Neither did Harry. The Greengrass solicitor, a compact woman named Adara Finch who had the energy of someone who'd spent 30 years being the smartest person in rooms that hadn't noticed, was already positioned to the left of the central floor. She gave Harry a look of professional assessment as he sat, and the tiny inclination of her head that followed meant she'd decided the assessment was satisfactory. Beside her, to Harry's genuine surprise, stood Nymphadora Tonks. She was in aura robes, official, which made her look simultaneously more and less serious than he'd imagined, more because the uniform was real and she carried it with the ease of someone who'd earned it, less because she was also currently pink-haired, a fact that seemed to be in direct conversation with the formality of the robes. She caught Harry looking and gave him a grin that suggested she was enjoying herself enormously. He hadn't met her yet. Not properly. Their acquaintance consisted of Ragnar's reports, the compact's documentation, and one brief letter she'd sent after the public scroll activation that said, in its entirety, right. So. That happened. Let's talk when you're out of school, yeah. Tonks. P.S. I looked up the compact text. The Latin is very clear and also absolutely wild. P.P.S. Don't let Malfoy rattle you, he does a thing with his cane that's meant to be intimidating. It isn't. The cane thing was, Harry observed now, real. Lucius had it resting across his knees at a precise angle that was positioned to be visible from the central floor. Harry noted it and felt nothing in particular about it. Dumbledore called the session to order with a resonance charm that didn't raise his voice but put it everywhere in the chamber at once. The matter before the Wisingamat today, he said, is a request by Lord Lucius Malfoy for formal review of the legal standing of the Blood Compact of 843, recently activated, and the authority of its designated anchor. He looked down at the central floor with the careful neutrality of someone refereeing something they have private opinions about. Lord Malfoy. You have the floor. Lucius stood. He moved like someone who'd been performing his own authority for so long that the performance and the reality had become genuinely indistinguishable, and when he spoke, his voice had the specific quality of someone accustomed to rooms agreeing with them. My colleagues, he said. The activation of the Blood Compact is not itself in question. Ancient magic, once triggered, is what it is. What is in question, he turned slightly, including the full chamber in a gesture that was too smooth to be accidental, is the claim that an 11-year-old child, currently a student at Hogwarts, with no formal wizarding upbringing, no established household, and no verified record of responsible magical conduct, can be recognized as the legal authority over 7 of this nation's oldest families. He paused, letting the construction of it settle. The compact was written in a different era. Its provisions were designed for an adult. The question of interpretation, whether the compact's language requires us to accept any individual meeting its blood conditions as anchor regardless of capacity, is a legitimate legal question deserving of this body's attention. He sat. The chamber produced the specific murmur of people who have just heard an argument that they know is partially specious but can't immediately counter. Harry stood. He didn't wait for Dumbledore to call on him. He stood and the chamber looked at him and he let them look for exactly long enough to establish that he wasn't going to manage the looking for them. Lord Malfoy's argument, he said, has 3 components. I'll address them in order. He kept his voice level and his hands relaxed at his sides. He'd practiced this, not the word specifically but the quality of it, the difference between a boy reciting and a person speaking. The first is that my upbringing was insufficiently wizarding. This is true in the conventional sense and irrelevant in the legal one. The compact's conditions for the anchor are 3, founder-adjacent bloodline, survival of the killing curse, and the sacrificial magic of a parent's death. These are conditions of blood and magic, not of education or household management. My upbringing has no bearing on whether I meet them. Silence. Good silence, the kind that meant people were following. The second component is that I have no established household. This is factually incorrect. Under Clause 17 of the Compact, the anchor's household is constituted the moment the Compact activates. The Compact is itself the establishment of the household. Lord Malfoy is arguing that I lack a condition that the Compact's activation created. He paused. That's circular logic, and I suspect most members of this body are familiar with the legal principle that a condition cannot be simultaneously created and used as evidence against the thing that created it. Adara Finch made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. The third component is capacity, Harry said. This is the genuine argument, and I'll give Lord Malfoy credit for burying it under 2 weaker ones, because it's the one that requires a real answer. He looked up at the tiered seats, at the faces watching him, some skeptical, some curious, some doing the careful blankness of people reserving judgment. The Compact's text does not contain an age requirement. I can read it to you if you'd like. I have a copy, in the original Latin, with 3 independent translations commissioned by Gringotts, but the relevant section is Clause 4, and Clause 4 states that the anchor is recognized upon meeting the three conditions. Not upon meeting them and being of a certain age. Not upon meeting them and demonstrating certain achievements. Upon meeting them. He let that settle. The chamber was very quiet. "I am an 11-year-old child," Harry said, and he said it without apology or irony, just statement, who has identified, documented, and is in the process of legally rectifying several instances of financial mismanagement of my own estate. I did this myself, with the bank's cooperation, without legal representation, using knowledge I acquired through self-directed study. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. "Lord Malfoy is concerned about my capacity. I'd like to suggest that the evidence speaks to the question more clearly than his concern does." He sat. The chamber did something that wasn't quite applause and wasn't quite silence. It was the sound of 50-odd people having simultaneous private reactions that they were collectively too composed to express. Lucius was looking at him. His face was doing a professional job of revealing nothing, but something in the set of his jaw had changed, the infinitesimal tightening of a man who has discovered that what he thought was a pawn has apparently been briefed on the entire game. Dumbledore, from his elevated chair, looked at Harry with those blue eyes that were genuinely present in a way they hadn't quite been before, and said, "Are there questions for the anchor from members of this body?" There were. Several. The next 40 minutes were the most interesting Harry had spent since his first conversation with Ragnarok, and he'd spent several interesting conversations with Ragnarok. The questions ranged from genuinely curious to obliquely hostile, and he answered them all with the same quality, direct, specific, and without the defensiveness that would have made him look smaller. The most pointed questions came from a Wisengamot member named Tiberius Ogden, who was old enough to have seen several political eras and had the look of someone who trusted nothing that hadn't survived at least two of them. "The families named in the compact," Ogden said. "The Greengrass family specifically. Their current legal obligations to other parties, you've said these are superseded by the compact. What's your basis for that claim?" "Clause 22, Harry said. "Prior obligations contracted by compact-named families that conflict with the compact's alliance provisions are void upon activation. The relevant legal principle is that magic-sealed obligations rank by age, and the compact predates every other instrument currently operating in British wizarding law by at least 4 centuries. He paused. "The only exceptions are the Hogwarts founding documents and the International Statute of Secrecy, neither of which are in conflict." Ogden looked at him for a long moment. "You know the compact text in considerable detail." "I've had 2 years to read it," Harry said. "I read things more than once." Something shifted in Ogden's expression, the shift of a man recategorizing something. He sat back without asking anything further. Lucius asked one question, and Harry had been waiting for it, because Lucius was too intelligent not to ask it. "Mr. Potter," he said, and his voice was warm in the way that implied the warmth had been deployed carefully rather than felt, "the compact binds 7 families to a single anchor. It has been dormant for 1200 years. The world has changed considerably since its original drafting. Do you believe it's wise, not legally valid, not technically correct, but wise, to activate an ancient alliance structure in the current political climate without consulting the broader wizarding community?" Harry looked at him. The question was excellent because it couldn't be answered with citations, it was asking about judgment and values and the kind of wisdom that legal arguments couldn't substitute for. It was the question Lucius had actually wanted to ask from the beginning. "No," Harry said. A ripple through the chamber. "It wasn't my choice to activate it in public," Harry continued. "The compact's magic made that decision, and magic older than any person in this room has its own sense of timing. But to answer your actual question, whether the compact serves the current moment, yes. I believe it does." He kept his gaze on Lucius, steady and specific. 7 families in uncertain positions now have a clear legal framework for their alliances. Several of those families have been subject to obligations that have prevented them from acting in their own interests. The compact addresses that. He paused. "If Lord Malfoy's concern is for the political climate, I'd suggest that fewer families in precarious positions makes for a more stable climate, not a less stable one. Lucius smiled, and it was the smile of someone acknowledging a move they'd walked into. Indeed, he said, and sat. The session closed with a motion to table the question of compact validity pending full Wisengamot review of the relevant texts, which Adara Finch described quietly to Harry afterward as a victory, because tabled motions that required full review of 1200-year-old documents in Latin tended to remain tabled indefinitely. Tonks found him in the corridor outside the chamber. She was several inches taller than he'd imagined from her file, and she moved with the particular awareness of an auror, tracking the corridor in a sweep as she walked toward him that wasn't obvious to anyone not looking for it. Her hair was still pink, which in the ministry corridor was an act of mild insurrection. "Nymphadora Tonks," she said, and then immediately, "Call me Tonks, actually, I despise Nymphadora, my mother was going through something when she named me." "Harry Potter," he said. "I know. You know everything, apparently." She stopped in front of him with her hands in her robes and the grin from earlier back in place. "That was quite a show in there." "It wasn't a show," he said. "I know," she said. "That's what made it a show." She tilted her head. "You're smaller than I expected." "I'm 11. I know that too." She leaned against the wall with the ease of someone who made any space comfortable. "I've read the compact documentation. Ragnarok sent it to me last month." She paused. "My mum's going to lose her mind when she finds out. She's a black, you know, and blacks have opinions about everything, especially ancient magical contracts that they weren't consulted about. She'll come around, but the initial conversation is going to be," she made an expressive gesture. "The documentation indicates your line entered the compact through the Tonks name, not the black," Harry said. "Your father's side." "I know. Dad will think it's brilliant, actually. He's Muggle-born and he loves anything that makes the old guard twitch." She looked at him speculatively. "You did make Malfoy twitch in there. Very satisfying." "He's not done," Harry said. "No," she agreed, and the grin went somewhere more serious. "He's going to move through the Prophet next. His wife's cousin manages the Malfoy family's media relationships and she's very good at framing things." She looked at him steadily. "You'll want to get ahead of the narrative." "I know," Harry said. "I was going to ask you something, actually." She raised her eyebrows. "I need someone who can move between the ministry and the school when things develop," he said. "Someone I can contact when I need information, who can appear at Hogwarts with legitimate reason." Tonks looked at him. "You want a contact inside the Aurors?" "I want someone I can trust to tell me true things," Harry said. "The compact gives you an interest in my well-being. You're an Auror, which gives you access. And Ragnarok's notes say you were top of your academy class, which means you're not going to be careless with sensitive information." A pause. "Ragnarok sent you my academy records?" "He's thorough." She stared at him. Then she laughed, loud, genuine, with the specific delight of someone who finds something funnier than they expected to. "All right," she said. "Yes. Deal. But I'm doing it because it's interesting and the compact obligates me toward your well-being, not because you're playing strategy with me." "I know," Harry said. "The distinction matters." She looked at him for a moment. "How old did you say you were?" 11. "Right," she said. 11. She pushed off the wall. "I'll be in touch. Probably through the official channels first, then through Ragnarok if it needs to be quiet." She turned to go, then turned back. "Malfoy's going to go after the Granger connection," she said. "It's his cleanest angle. Muggle-born in a pure-blood compact, he'll argue it invalidates the whole thing." "The Latin is unambiguous," Harry said. "I know. But arguments don't have to be right to cause damage. You know that." She held his gaze. "Protect her. She's the one he'll target." Harry nodded. Tonks left. Her pink hair was visible for a long time down the corridor before a corner took it. The prophet hit on Thursday. He'd been expecting it since Tuesday, and the fact that it took until Thursday told him the article had gone through legal review, which meant it was careful. Careful articles were more dangerous than careless ones because careful articles were harder to factually refute. The headline was, Ancient Compact Raises Questions, Is a Muggleborn's Inclusion Valid? The article was 12 paragraphs of nominally even-handed reporting that managed to imply 6 separate concerning things without stating any of them directly. It quoted 2 unnamed Wisengamot members expressing concern about the precedent. It referenced the compact's disputed status, which was technically accurate in that Lucius had requested a review, without noting that the review motion had been tabled. And in paragraph 9, almost in passing, it mentioned that the inclusion of a student believed to be of Muggleborn status, in what was historically a pure-blood alliance structure was a point of some interest to legal scholars. Harry read it at breakfast and set it down and said to Daphne, "How many people have read this already?" "Everyone," she said. The common room had 5 copies before 7. He looked at Hermione across the hall. She was reading it at the Gryffindor table with the expression of someone who has decided to approach a provocation as an academic problem rather than a personal one, which he recognized as her best and most demanding emotional effort. She met his eyes across the hall and gave a small, tight nod. He needed to respond. Not defensively, defensive responses confirmed that the attack had landed. He needed to respond in a way that reframed the entire question. He wrote 3 letters that morning during breakfast. One to Ragnarok, requesting the formal publication of the compact's full text with authenticated translation, which Gringotts was legally entitled to publish as the custodian of the original document. One to Adara Finch, asking her to file a formal challenge to the phrase, disputed status, with the Prophet's editing board on the basis that the Wisengamot motion had been tabled, not sustained. And one to a magical historian named Bathsheba Babbling, who had taught him runes and who had also, as it happened, written the definitive modern academic text on ancient binding magic. Professor Babbling, he'd written, "I'd like to commission a public commentary piece on the Blood Compact of 843, specifically addressing the squib lineage clauses and their established legal precedent. I believe your expertise is precisely suited to this. Gringotts will cover your fee, and I think the timing, given recent events, would be well chosen. Please advise." Griphook had once said, "The best counter to misinformation is better information, delivered faster and from more credible sources." Harry had spent 5 years learning to respect goblin aphorisms. He sent the letters with the 3 fastest owls Hogwarts O'Leary possessed and went to Transfiguration. McGonagall stopped him after class. She did it the way McGonagall did most things, efficiently, without fuss, and with an expression that gave exactly as much away as she intended. The rest of the class filed out and she waited until the last student had cleared the door and then said, "The Wisengamot session, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. I have read the transcript." She looked at him over her spectacles in a way that was entirely different from Ragnarok and entirely different from Dumbledore but equally specific. "You handled it competently." From McGonagall, this was practically an ovation. "Thank you," he said. "I also read Lord Malfoy's Prophet piece this morning," she said. "And I noticed your response in the outgoing post." She paused. The babbling commission was clever. Harry looked at her. She'd been watching his correspondence. He filed this as information rather than a problem. McGonagall watching him carefully was better than McGonagall ignoring him, and the fact that she described babbling as clever rather than inappropriate meant she was watching with something other than suspicion. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said, in a tone that had shifted. "She's the one who'll be most affected by the media coverage." "I know. She's also the brightest student I've taught in a considerable number of years," McGonagall said, and something in her voice made this sound like it was costing her something to say it, not the sentiment, which was genuine, but the admission of it. 11 years old and already engaging with material 2 years above standard. If Malfoy's angle gets traction, if the wizarding world decides that her inclusion delegitimizes the compact, it won't, Harry said. McGonagall looked at him steadily. You sound certain. I'm not certain, he said. But Malfoy's argument depends on people accepting that squib-descended lines are meaningfully different from other pure blood lines under the Compact's text, and the Compact's text says they're not. Once Babbling's commentary is published and Gringotts releases the authenticated translation, anyone who wants to argue the point has to argue with the actual language. He paused. People can have opinions about what the Compact should say. They can't change what it does say. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Outside, students moved through corridors, and the castle settled around its own routine. I opposed the arrangement with the Dursleys, she said, and she said it quietly, like she'd been holding it for a long time and had decided this was the moment. When Professor Dumbledore placed you there, I watched the house for a day and I sent him a letter and I did not do more than that. I should have done more. Harry looked at her. He'd suspected this, from Dumbledore's behavior on his first night, from the quality of McGonagall's attention toward him that had been there from the beginning, the specific attention of someone managing a private guilt. It's done, he said. It is, she said. But I wanted you to know that I saw it and chose institutional loyalty over what I knew was right, and that was wrong, and I intend to correct the balance. She straightened her already straight spine. Whatever you need that I can legitimately provide within my role here, you have it. He looked at her for a moment. Thank you, he said, and meant it in a different register than he'd meant the compliment about babbling. She nodded sharply. 10 points to Slytherin for your transfiguration work this week. You can go. He went. The authenticated Compact translation was published by Gringotts on Friday, and Babbling's commentary ran in the academic journal Magical Law Quarterly on Saturday, and the Prophet ran a follow-up on Sunday that had a notably different tone than Thursday's piece, more cautious, more hedged, the legal certainty carefully walked back. Harry read the Sunday Prophet, noted the shift, and went to breakfast. He found Hermione already at the Slytherin table when he arrived, which was becoming something of a pattern. She'd started having breakfast there 3 times a week after the first time she'd wandered over to continue a conversation from the previous evening and stayed for the eggs. The commentary piece, she said when he sat. Babblings. You commissioned it. Yes. She uses my specific ancestry as her primary case study, Hermione said. The Coombe Squib line. 3 pages analyzing the clause that makes me eligible. She held his gaze. The argument is airtight. I know. You sent her my family tree. Gringotts records of your family tree, he said. Which are more complete than what you'd find in the standard genealogical archives. Yes. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You should have asked me first. He met her eyes. You're right, he said simply. I should have. She blinked. He didn't elaborate, didn't justify, just held the acknowledgement. The outcome is good, she said, after a pause. Babbling's piece is already being cited in 2 follow-up articles from different scholars. By next week the Prophet narrative is going to be impossible to sustain. She paused. But I want to be consulted when things involve my family. Even if the outcome is right. Agreed, Harry said. From this point forward. She looked at him the way she'd looked at him on the train, with that assessing quality that catalogued the shape of how things were said. She seemed to find what she was looking for. Okay, she said, and reached for the toast. Daphne arrived 30 seconds later and sat on his other side, and Tracy followed with her parchment still out because she'd apparently been up since 5 working on a history of magic essay and had the expression of someone in the final stretch. The 4 of them sat at the Slytherin table and talked and ate, and the great hall moved around them, and something that had been assembling itself in pieces, one conversation at a time, one correct decision at a time, one extended hand at a time, sat at that table and was, for the first time, recognizable as a thing. Not a group. Something more intentional than that. Harry looked at the table and felt the Compact's magic move in his chest, low and warm and steady, and thought about the original 7 men who'd sealed their blood into old parchment in 843 and decided that loyalty, properly bound, was the most durable thing in the world. He thought they might have been right. Outside, the first snow of winter was beginning to fall over Scotland, quiet and even, covering everything in white without regard for what lay underneath it. Harry finished his toast, and started planning what came next. Chapter 6, The French Complication. She arrived on a Thursday in October of Harry's 4th year, and the Great Hall noticed her before she cleared the door. That was the villa in it, not full villa, a quarter, which meant it wasn't the overwhelming compulsion of the stories Harry had read but something more interesting and more insidious. A gravitational pull. The room leaning slightly without knowing it was leaning, attention orienting without understanding why. Half the male population of the hall and a significant portion of the female looked toward the entrance at the same moment, drawn by something that bypassed the analytical brain entirely. Harry felt it. He felt it the way you felt a change in air pressure, real and physical, present in his chest, and he set it aside and looked at her with the same attention he brought to everything, which was the attention of someone trying to understand a thing rather than be affected by it. Fleur Delacour was tall, with silver blonde hair that moved the way hair in paintings moved, with a quality of deliberateness that real hair didn't usually achieve. She walked through a room like she'd built it. She was 17, poised, and she was looking at Hogwarts with the specific expression of someone taking the measure of something they haven't decided to be impressed by yet. Behind her came 2 more Beauxbatons students, and behind them came Madame Maxime, who was enormous in the way that half-giants were enormous when they'd spent decades mastering the art of taking up the appropriate amount of space. Harry watched Fleur cross the hall. The compact moved in his chest, not the low steady warmth he'd come to associate with Daphne or the specific brightness that meant Hermione or Luna's drifting ambient presence. This was something different. Something with edges, like a key turning in a lock that hadn't been opened in a very long time. She stopped in the center of the hall, surveying the staff table where Dumbledore was rising to welcome the Beauxbatons delegation. And then, with the precision of someone following a magnetic compass, her eyes moved to Harry. They held for approximately 3 seconds. Then she looked away, with the deliberateness of someone making a choice rather than losing interest. Harry looked at Daphne, who was beside him with her most composed expression deployed and had absolutely been watching the entire thing. "Don't," he said. "I haven't said anything," she said. "You were about to." "I was about to observe," she said, with restraint so precise it was its own kind of comment, that the compact seems to have opinions about her specifically. "It does," Harry said. "And you felt it." "Everyone felt something," Harry said. "The Vila effect is biological. The compact is magical. They're different sensations." He reached for his pumpkin juice. "I know the difference." Daphne's expression moved fractionally. "She's looking at you again." "I know," Harry said, without looking up. Across the hall, Hermione had turned in her Gryffindor seat to look at Harry with an expression that said she'd also felt the specific compact response and had approximately 14 questions about it. He gave her a small nod that he hoped communicated later, and she turned back around with the efficiency of someone filing things. Tracy leaned in from Harry's other side and said, very quietly, "She is extraordinary looking." "She is," Harry agreed. "Are you going to talk to her tonight?" "I'm going to let her decide whether to talk to me," Harry said. "She knows who I am. The compact told her when it told all of them. How she handles the first approach tells me more than anything I could learn by initiating." Tracy leaned back. "That is either very strategic or very cowardly." "Strategic," Daphne said, without looking up from her plate. "He's been doing it with everyone. It works." "It's worked so far," Harry corrected. "Fleur Delacour is not everyone." She found him in the library the following afternoon. Harry was at his usual table near the window with a stack of books on ancient magical contracts. He was building a secondary legal argument for the compact's position on the Triwizard Tournament's own binding magic, which had interesting overlaps and some useful precedents, and he heard her before he saw her. Not footsteps. Just the shift in the room's attention, the way people looked up from their books without quite knowing why. She sat across from him without asking and said, in English with a French accent that treated each syllable like it had been considered individually, "You are Harry Potter." "Yes," he said, without looking up immediately. He finished the sentence he was reading. Then he looked at her. Close up, the Vila quality was a fact about her the way height was a fact about someone, present, real, not the point. What was actually interesting was the expression underneath it. She was watching him the way he'd watched her across the hall, with the attention of someone trying to understand a thing rather than be affected by it. She was cataloging him the same way he'd been cataloging her, and she'd noticed that he'd looked up on his own schedule instead of immediately, and she was deciding what that meant. "You did not stare," she said. "Last evening. Everyone stares." "I looked," he said. "Staring implies you're not processing what you're seeing." "I was processing." She tilted her head by a fraction. "What did you conclude?" "That you're very aware of the effect you have and that you've developed a sophisticated relationship with it, not weaponizing it exactly, but not ignoring it either. Using it when it's useful and being tired of it when it isn't." He looked at her steadily. "And that you were doing the same thing to me that I was doing to you, which I found interesting." A pause. Something shifted in her expression, subtle, like a door opening an inch. I've read about the compact," she said. "I know. Our bank, the Paris branch of Gringotts, sent documentation to my family in August." She folded her hands on the table with a precision that reminded him of Daphne and was entirely different from Daphne. "My father was, add questions. My mother understood it immediately." "Vila heritage," Harry said. The compact's magical language would be familiar to her. She said, Fleur paused, choosing words, she said that the compact's pull was a specific feeling. Different from the connection she has to my father, different from family magic. She said it was like she made a gesture with one hand, a drawing in motion, like something finding its proper arrangement. "Yes," Harry said. "That's accurate." She looked at him. "It does not bother you? That you feel it towards 7 different people? Should it?" "Most men," she started, and stopped, with the expression of someone who has begun a sentence based on accumulated evidence that may not apply here. "Most men feel the Vila effect," Harry said, "and either can't distinguish it from the compact's response or don't try. They end up overwhelmed and make it about your appearance rather than anything real." He kept his voice even. "I can distinguish them. They're different in kind, not just in degree." She looked at him for a long, careful moment. "You are very confident," she said. "I try to be accurate," he said. "Confidence is a side effect." She was quiet. The library moved around them, pages turning, quills scratching, Madame Pance's orthopedic shoes on the stone floor at the other end of the stacks. "The tournament," Fleur said. "You are not entering." "No. Because you cannot." "The age restriction." "Because the Goblet of Fire is a binding magical contract," Harry said, "and entering a binding magical contract without fully understanding its terms is a decision I find difficult to justify regardless of whether I meet the technical criteria." He paused. "Also, I'm 14. Something crossed her face that was very close to a smile but hadn't committed yet. "In France, we say that the stupid age to do something brave is always someone else's age." He did smile at that, small, but genuine. "Who's entering for Beaux Batons?" "I am," she said, and the way she said it had layers, certainty, the particular pride of someone who'd earned their position, and underneath both of those, something private that he suspected was the specific weight of a person who'd spent her life being noticed for the wrong things and was fighting to be taken seriously for the right ones. "You'll do well," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "You do not know that." "I know that you're here," he said, "at a school that isn't yours, having a conversation with someone you'd never met, about things that require both intelligence and courage to engage with directly. The tournament hasn't started and you're already showing me what you're made of." He held her gaze. "I'm not flattering you. I'm observing." The almost smile made its decision. It became an actual smile, brief, contained, but real, and it changed her face in the way that real expressions change faces, in the direction of person rather than portrait. "I have a question," she said. "About the compact. Specifically." "All right. The bond. Between the anchor and the compact bound. The documentation says it is not marriage." She met his eyes directly. "But it can become so." The library had a particular quality of quiet around them suddenly. "Yes," Harry said. "The compact doesn't mandate anything in that direction. It creates an alliance. What grows inside an alliance depends on the people in it." That is a diplomatic answer. "It's an honest one," he said. "I'm 14. You're 17. The compact's full obligations don't mature until I'm 17. I think the honest thing is to say that I don't know what things will look like in 3 years, and I'd rather be honest about not knowing than pretend I have a plan that would require treating people as variables in a strategy." She looked at him with an expression he was having genuine difficulty categorizing, which was unusual. Most expressions he could place quickly. This one was doing something complex. "The others," she said. "The girls named in the compact. You are close to them." "Some of them," he said. "It's different with each one." "Tell me about them." He did. Not comprehensively, not the private things, but the shape of each relationship, the quality of it, the way each person was building something of their own that intersected with the compact rather than being defined by it. He talked about Hermione's particular form of intellectual ferocity, about Daphne's precision and the bedrock under it, about Tracy's honesty, about Luna's quality of living 3 degrees off from the ordinary world in a way that meant she usually had the better view of it. Fleur listened with the full attention of someone who hadn't expected to be interested and was. "And Tonks," she said. "Tonks thinks the entire situation is inherently funny," Harry said. "She's also the most competent person I can contact in an emergency, which is a useful combination." Fleur considered. "She is an Auror. Top of her year. And she is, comfortable. With the compact?" "Tonks's position on the compact is that it's absolutely mental but legally solid and she might as well be useful," Harry said. "Which is both accurate and, I think, the most honest response anyone's had to it." Fleur laughed, a real one, bright and quick, and then she looked slightly surprised by it, like her own laughter had arrived ahead of her permission. Harry felt the compact move in his chest, warm and specific and different from anything else, and understood something he hadn't quite articulated before, that the compact responded to this, not to proximity or blood or magical conditions, but to the specific, unrepeatable moment of a person being genuinely themselves. "I want to ask you something," Harry said. She raised her eyebrows. "The tournament. When the tasks come, if you need anything, in terms of preparation, resources, research." He looked at her steadily. "The compact gives me a specific interest in your well-being. I'd like to be useful rather than just technically obligated." She studied him. "You want to help me prepare?" "I want to offer it," he said. "Whether you want it is different." She was quiet for a long moment, in the way of someone working through pride and practicality at the same time and trying to find the place where they didn't conflict. "I am a strong witch," she said. "I do not need, I know," he said. "That's not why I'm offering. I'm offering because you're going into something with genuine unknown risks and I have resources and knowledge that might be useful and having them available to you costs you nothing." He paused. "You don't have to use them. I'd just like you to know they're there." Another long pause. "All right," she said. "Yes. Good." He looked back at his books. "The first task is traditionally something that tests courage. My best guess, based on historical records of every tournament that's been documented, is something with a magical creature." Fleur looked at him sharply. "You researched the tasks." "I researched everything," he said. It seemed like the appropriate thing to do given that people I care about might be participating. She looked at him for a long moment, and the expression she was wearing had finally settled into something he could name, it was the expression of someone recalibrating their expectations of a situation and finding the revised version considerably more interesting than the original. "You are not what I expected," she said. "Nobody ever says that," Harry said, and she caught the irony and her mouth curved again. "No," she said. "I imagine they say it constantly." The champions were selected 3 days later. The Goblet of Fire erupted Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, which produced the predictable Great Hall response, Hufflepuff going entirely unhinged with joy, everyone else adjusting their expressions according to their house's relationship with decorum. Crumb for Durmstrang, which was met with the quiet satisfaction of people who'd expected nothing less. Fleur for Beauxbatons, and Harry looked at her across the hall and she looked back with that same quality from the library, composed and specific and already somewhere ahead of where everyone else was standing. Then the goblet flared again. The paper that came out of it said Harry Potter, and the hall went dead quiet. Harry looked at the paper. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked at the paper again. "I didn't enter," he said, to the hall in general and no one specifically. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, with the careful voice of someone managing a volatile situation, "I must ask, did you enter your name in the Goblet of Fire, or ask an older student to enter it for you?" "No," Harry said. "I'm 14. I said 2 days ago, publicly, in this hall, that I had no intention of entering because I consider binding magical contracts entered without full knowledge of terms to be inadvisable." He looked at Dumbledore. "I said that in front of several witnesses." McGonagall, at the staff table, had an expression of compressed fury that was being maintained entirely through professional discipline. "Nevertheless," Dumbledore said, "the goblet has produced your name. The tournament's binding contract is superseded," Harry said, and the hall was still quiet enough that it carried to every corner, by an older binding magical contract. Specifically the Blood Compact of 843, which predates the tournament's founding documents by several centuries and which I am currently bound by as its anchor. He kept his voice level. "The compact's provisions explicitly prohibit placing the anchor in situations of unnecessary magical hazard without the anchor's consent. Being bound by a tournament contract I didn't enter and specifically declined to enter qualifies as unnecessary magical hazard without consent." A pause. "I'll be happy to have Gringotts' legal team file the relevant documentation with the tournament's governing body," he added. "Ragnarok has the template ready. I had it prepared when the tournament was announced because this was," he paused, and said the next word very carefully, "foreseeable." The hall produced a sound that was part shock and part something that, in the Gryffindor section specifically, was approaching laughter. Dumbledore looked at him from the top of the room with those old eyes doing something that was not quite any single emotion. Bartemius Crouch, standing at the staff table in an official capacity, said, "The contract, I'll send you the documentation tonight," Harry said. "The relevant clause is 22. Adara Finch, who is my family's solicitor, is available for any questions." He looked at the paper with his name on it, which Dumbledore was still holding. "I'd appreciate that being destroyed. Having it in circulation feels like a liability." Crouch was looking at him with an expression that was doing something complex. Moody, who was teaching defense against the dark arts this year with the particular intensity of someone who'd survived things by assuming everything was trying to kill him, was watching Harry with his magical eye and his real one simultaneously, which meant his full attention was engaged, and Moody's full attention was not a comfortable thing to have. Harry met Moody's eyes, both of them, and held steady. The magical eye rotated and Moody said nothing. The hall slowly began to return to something like its normal register. Hermione appeared beside Harry within 2 minutes, because she had the ability to move from one table to another when she was motivated that bypassed normal social geography entirely. "You had the documentation prepared," she said quietly. "Since September," he said. "When the tournament was announced." "It was always a possible angle," Harry said. "The goblet doesn't care about intent. It cares about names. Someone putting my name in was always a foreseeable play." "Who?" she said. "Someone who wanted me in the tournament," he said. "Which means someone who wanted me dead, or someone who wanted access to me under controlled conditions, or someone testing whether my legal protections actually hold. He thought of Quirrell, who was gone now, had broken apart at the end of the previous year in a confrontation that Harry would revisit in detail later, in the right conversation. The face on the back of Quirrell's head had looked at him in the mirror of Arist's chamber and recognized him before Quirrell did, and what had followed was brief and decisive and had confirmed three things Harry had already suspected about the nature of sacrificial magic and what it meant for him specifically. It's not Voldemort directly. He doesn't have a body yet. Not yet, Hermione said. No, Harry said. Not yet. Fleur found him after dinner near the lake. He'd gone there to think, which he sometimes did. The lake had a quality of absorptive patience that suited thinking, and the giant squid occasionally surfaced at the edges in a way that was either curious or coincidental, and Harry had never fully determined which. She stopped beside him and looked at the water for a moment before speaking. "The goblet," she said. "Yes. You refused it beautifully," she said. "The clause was correct?" "Completely," he said. Crouch's team confirmed it within the hour. The documentation Ragnarok filed was apparently impeccable. "Ragnarok," she said. "I have not met him." "He's the best ally I have," Harry said. "He's a goblin who's been running my family's accounts for 30 years, and he is, in the most sincere possible sense, terrifying." He paused. "You'd like him." "Because I am also terrifying," she said, and there was a specific quality to her voice, testing whether he'd hedge, watching whether he'd treat it as a joke. "Because you're precise," he said, "and you respect competence, and Ragnarok is approximately the most competent person in any room he occupies." He looked at the lake. "Yes, and also because you're terrifying." She made a sound that was between a laugh and a breath. "Most people do not say that to my face." "Most people aren't trying to actually know you," he said. A long silence. The lake moved in the evening dark, slow and enormous and cold, and somewhere in the middle of it something large turned over under the surface. "The task is in 3 weeks, Fleur said." "You said dragons." He'd confirmed this through Tonks, who'd confirmed it through Auror contacts who'd been assigned to transport the creatures. 4 of them, he said. Norwegian ridgeback, Chinese fireball, Swedish shortsnout, and a Hungarian horntail. She was quiet for a moment. "You told me." "I said I would." "You also told Cedric Diggory," she said. It wasn't accusatory. "I saw you speaking to him yesterday." "He deserved to know," Harry said. "He entered legitimately. He should have fair chances." He glanced at her. "I'll tell Crumb if I can get him alone. He's been watching me since the goblet evening. I think he's trying to work out what I am." "You are difficult to categorize," Fleur said. "So I'm told." She turned to look at him, fully, not the angled sideways attention she often gave things, but straight on. The evening light did things to her that Harry catalogued and then deliberately set aside as separate from the conversation. "Why?" she said. "Why what? Why do you help?" "The others, Diggory. You have no obligation to him. He is not compact bound. You gain nothing by his success." Harry thought about this genuinely, because she was asking genuinely. "Because the alternative is letting something preventable happen to someone who didn't do anything wrong," he said. Cedric Diggory entered a dangerous competition fairly and someone cheated the system to put a 4th name in. That's not his fault. Giving him information that was already being used against him by the people running the event levels the field. He looked at the water. "I don't think fairness is complicated. I think people make it complicated because fairness is sometimes inconvenient." "That is a Hufflepuff answer," she said. "Probably," he said. "I'm in Slytherin." "Yes." She looked back at the lake. "The hat considered you for other houses?" "He said I could succeed in any of them," Harry said. "I chose Slytherin because it was where I could be most useful. Not most comfortable." "Useful and comfortable are different metrics," he said. Comfortable wasn't available on Privet Drive, so I stopped optimizing for it. She was quiet for a moment, and the quality of her quiet had changed. She looked at him differently in it. The compact, she said, more quietly. I thought it would feel like an obligation. Like something imposed. She paused. It does not feel like that. No, he said. What does it feel like to you? He thought about this. Like a blueprint, he said, finally. Not of what I have to be. Of what's possible. He looked at her. The magic that made it didn't make it to control people. It made it because someone a long time ago understood that certain kinds of connection are stronger together than apart, and they built a framework for that and left it running for 12 centuries. He paused. I don't feel obligated by it. I feel, he searched for the word, indicated. Indicated, she repeated. Pointed at something worth building, he said. With people worth building it with. Fleur was looking at him with the expression he'd seen in the library, the one he'd finally categorized as recalibration, and something had been added to it. Something more personal, more careful, that she was clearly not going to name aloud because she was 17 and precise and careful about what she put into words before she was certain of them. He respected that. He felt it too. The task, she said, returning to practical ground with the decisiveness of someone who knows when to change terrain. For a dragon, what would you recommend? Not transfiguration, he said. The dragon's threat perception is too high, it'll react before you complete anything complex. Charms are better, specifically targeted rather than broad. You want to get around it rather than through it. He paused. You speak to creatures. She looked at him sharply. How do you know that? Gringotts documentation. Your family's magical profile includes Vila-adjacent communication ability. It's not Parseltongue, but it's analogous, an instinct for the language of non-human magic. He met her eyes. Can you use it deliberately? She was quiet for a long moment. I've never tried, she said. Not with something as aggressive as a dragon. It might be worth trying with a smaller creature first, he said. The Forbidden Forest has several inhabitants that would serve as practice. I know someone who could arrange access. Hagrid, she said. The gamekeeper. He loves large and dangerous animals, Harry said. He'd be delighted. Another pause. Then, you have thought about this more than you admit. I think about things, he said. It's mostly what I do. She made the sound again, between a laugh and a breath, and it was more laugh than breath this time, and it did the same thing her smile did, making her face suddenly a place where a real person lived rather than a performance occurred. All right, she said. Hagrid. And you will come? To introduce you, he said. After that it's your practice. Your task. But you will be watching. I'll be watching, he agreed. She looked at him one more time with that careful, specific attention. You are not afraid of me, she said. Not a question. An observation with surprise still in it. No, he said. Most people, the Vila quality, I know what I'm feeling and what's causing it, he said. That means I can decide what to do with it rather than having it decide for me. He held her gaze. You're remarkable, Fleur. That's the compact talking, and it's also just true. But being remarkable doesn't require anyone to be afraid of you, and I think you'd actually prefer it if they weren't. She was very still for a moment. Yes, she said, quietly. I would. The lake moved in the dark. The castle lit itself behind them, window by window, amber against the October evening, and the compact ran warm through Harry's sternum like a river finding its course, and Fleur Delacour stood beside him looking at the water with the expression of someone who has just discovered that a place they expected to be difficult is something else entirely. Not comfortable, exactly. But worth building something in. 2 days before the first task, Tonks arrived at Hogwarts. She came in official Auror capacity, there had been security concerns about the dragon's transport that required Auror follow-up, which was real enough to be legitimate, and found Harry in the corridor after dinner with the practiced casualness of someone who had engineered the encounter. Her hair was purple today. The name in the goblet, she said, without preamble, walking beside him as if they'd been in conversation for several minutes already. Not Voldemort directly. Someone working for him. She kept her voice low. Our office has been tracking an irregularity in the list of Hogwarts staff, specifically, someone who isn't who they say they are. Harry looked at her sideways. Moody. She glanced at him. You already, the magical eye doesn't track the way it should, he said. It loses focus for fractions of seconds when he's not consciously directing it. Genuine constant magical vigilance doesn't do that, it's automatic when it's real. His is performed vigilance, which means the person behind it doesn't have 40 years of practiced reflex. He paused. Also, he smells wrong. Not obviously, but wrong. What does the real Moody smell like? Tonks asked. I've never met him. But the fake smells like something from the Ministry detention ward. Tonks was quiet for 2 steps. Polyjuice, she said. That would be my guess, Harry said. Who? We're working on it, she said. I need you to not act on this until we know who and why. Moving too early lets them destroy the evidence. I know, he said. I've known for 6 weeks. I've been waiting for you. She stopped walking. He stopped too. She was looking at him with the expression that people got when they adjusted their understanding of a situation upward more quickly than expected. 6 weeks, she said. Since September, he said. I noticed the eye first. The goblet confirmed that someone with inside access to Hogwarts was moving against me. He held her gaze. I trust your timing on this. I know you need the evidence intact. Tonks looked at him for a long moment. You're 14, she said. You keep saying that, he said. I'm going to keep saying it, she said, until it stops being surprising, which may be never. She ran a hand through her hair, briefly turning it an alarmed shade of orange before settling it back to purple. After the task, she said. We'll have enough by then. All right, he said. She turned to go. Tonks, he said. She looked back. Is the real Moody alive? A pause, short and specific. We think so, she said, quietly. We're looking. He nodded. She left, her footsteps quick on the stone corridor, purposeful and already focused on the next thing. He watched her go and thought about the fake Moody in the defense classroom, and the real Moody presumably somewhere in the castle, and the patience required to wait for the right moment to move, and how that patience was the most uncomfortable thing he practiced and also the most important. The compact moved in his chest, all 7 presences, distinct and real, Daphne's precision, Hermione's bright exactness, Tracy's honesty, Luna's drifting warm light, Tonks's dynamic irreverence, and now Fleur's specific careful gravity, and something that had been assembling itself in pieces since a 6-year-old climbed through a fence in Surrey felt, for a moment, close to complete. Not complete. There was still too much to do for complete. But close enough to feel the shape of it. He went back inside. The castle held him. Chapter 7, The Board Moves. Bartemius Crouch Jr. had been hiding inside Alastor Moody's face for 9 months. Harry watched them take him apart in Dumbledore's office, not physically, he wasn't in the room for that part, but he heard it through the door, which he'd been standing outside for 4 minutes before Dumbledore's voice asked him to come in with the particular quality of a man who has stopped being surprised that Harry Potter is where things are happening. Crouch was slumped in a chair looking simultaneously older and younger than his actual age, the polyjuice worn off, the real Moody found alive in his own magical trunk and currently in the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey and Tonks, who had been there within 20 minutes of the trunk being opened and had not left. Snape stood in the corner. McGonagall stood near the window. Dumbledore was behind his desk. Harry looked at Crouch. Crouch looked back at him with eyes that were exhausted and fervent in equal parts, the specific combination of someone who'd committed completely to something and had arrived at the end of their commitment. He didn't look like a villain in any of the ways Harry had expected villainy to look, having read extensively on the subject. He looked like a man. "He's going to talk," Harry said, not to Crouch but to Dumbledore. "Not because he's broken. Because the plan failed and there's nothing left to protect." He looked at Crouch. "The goblet. Who told you to put my name in?" Crouch said nothing. His jaw was doing something that was managing a response, holding it back. "Not Voldemort directly," Harry said. "He doesn't have enough form yet to give direct orders." Someone interpreted his wishes. He kept his voice even and his eyes on Crouch's face. "Pettigrew." Something moved in Crouch's eyes. "He's with Voldemort," Harry said. "He's been with him since Azkaban. He's the one with hands, the one who can act while Voldemort is still, transitional." He paused. "Where are they?" McGonagall made a sound. Dumbledore said, quietly, "Harry." "He'll tell you," Harry said. "Eventually, under Veritaserum or willingly, he'll tell you. I'm asking now because every hour of lead time matters." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "You know I'm right about Pettigrew." A pause. Dumbledore looked at him with those ancient eyes doing something complex. Then he said, to Crouch, "Peter Pettigrew. Is he with Voldemort?" And Crouch, with the relief of a man setting down something heavy, said, "Yes." What followed was 2 hours of careful questioning that Harry was not supposed to stay for and stayed for anyway, standing against the wall where nobody explicitly told him to leave, and nobody did. Crouch talked with the specific honesty of someone who has nothing left to lose and has discovered that honesty, at the end of everything, is simply easier than pretense. Voldemort was in a manor. Berkshire, Crouch thought, though he hadn't been there in months. Pettigrew had been performing the rituals, had been for a year, keeping Voldemort stable enough to plan, not yet stable enough to move independently. The tournament had been a mechanism, the Triwizard Cup as a portkey, Harry as the necessary blood component for the ritual that would give Voldemort full form. Harry's name in the goblet bound him to the tournament's magical contract, which would compel his physical participation in the final task. Except the compact had superseded the contract and Harry had never touched the cup. "He knows," Crouch said, near the end, with something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite respect. "He knows the contract failed. He'll have moved." "When?" Harry said. "When he felt the contract break," Crouch said. "The goblet's binding is felt when it's severed. He'd have known within hours of your refusal." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "4 months ago," he said. Dumbledore's face was doing its most complicated thing yet. "4 months," Harry said again, to find a different way to complete the ritual. He paused. "What other ways are there?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, in the tone of someone making a decision about honesty that cost them something, willing blood, given in a different context. "Someone of your line, offering it without compulsion." He looked at Harry over the spectacles. "Theoretically. There's no one else of my line," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said. "There isn't. So he needs me present and willing, which is impossible, or he needs a ritual modification." Harry thought. Pettigrew is a competent enough wizard to attempt a modification. "If he's had 4 months, he may have already succeeded," Dumbledore said, quietly. The office was very still. "Then Voldemort has a body," Harry said. "Possibly," Dumbledore said. "Not possibly," Harry said. "Probably. Pettigrew is resourceful when he's motivated by self-preservation, and right now self-preservation requires keeping Voldemort alive and functional." He looked at the window, at the dark outside it. "We need to act as though he does." "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted into something Harry hadn't quite heard from him before, something direct and undecorated. "There are things about the prophecy, I know about the prophecy," Harry said. Silence. Ragnarok has access to Hall of Prophecy records through the bank's ministerial liaison, Harry said. He pulled the relevant record 18 months ago. Neither can live while the other survives. I know. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I've known for a while. It doesn't change what I do, it just changes why I do it deliberately. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. Then he said, I have been managing information about you in a way that I believed was in your best interests. He said it without the customary warm scaffolding, just the statement. I am prepared to acknowledge that my judgment about what constitutes your best interests has been incompletely informed. Yes, Harry said. It has. He kept his voice even. I'd like to change that. I think, Dumbledore said, with something that was possibly the beginning of a different kind of respect, that would be wise. He told Daphne first. Not everything, not the prophecy, not yet, because he hadn't fully decided how he wanted to carry that particular piece of information in conversation, but Voldemort, the body, the shift in timeline. She listened with her customary stillness, and when he finished she was quiet for a long moment and then said, How long do we have? Before he moves publicly? Months. Maybe longer. Harry turned his cup of tea in his hands. They were in the Slytherin common room after curfew, the fire doing its work, the rest of the house asleep. He's just gotten a body. He'll consolidate first. Find his allies, secure his resources, rebuild his network before he moves visibly. The Death Eaters, Daphne said. Your family's obligations to Lucius are going to look different very soon, Harry said. When Voldemort calls his people back, Lucius will go. Whatever pressure he's been using against your family, it's going to stop being about the compact and start being about whether your family joins. Daphne's jaw set. My father will refuse. I know, Harry said. That's what I want to prepare for. A family that refuses Voldemort publicly needs either protection or a position so legally and politically visible that attacking them becomes too costly. He looked at her. The compact gives you that position. I want to make it visible enough that the cost is prohibitive. She looked at the fire for a moment. Astoria, she said. Is still improving, Harry said. Ragnarok's last report was last week. The blood curse regression has accelerated. I think the compact's magic is responding to the timeline. As if it knows something is coming. He paused. She should be stable before anything breaks publicly. She's 12, Daphne said. She doesn't know about any of this. She'll need to know some of it soon, Harry said. Not everything. But enough to understand why things are changing around her. Daphne nodded slowly. The firelight played across her face and she looked, for a moment, exactly her age, 15, with something heavy that she carried with the discipline of someone who'd started carrying heavy things very young. I trust you, she said. It came out plainly, without qualification, which from Daphne was not a small thing. I know, Harry said. I don't take it lightly. She looked at him with grey eyes that were doing something private and chose not to say anything else, which was also Daphne, knowing when the sentence was complete. The summer between 4th and 5th year moved fast. Harry spent the first 3 weeks at Grimmauld Place, which Dumbledore had activated as Order of the Phoenix headquarters, and which was the single most depressing building he had ever been in, which was a significant assessment given that he'd spent his early childhood in a cupboard. The house had the specific grimness of a place where misery had been performed for so long that the walls had absorbed it. Sirius Black was there. Meeting Sirius was one of the stranger experiences of Harry's life, which again was a significant bar. His godfather was a man who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban and was currently spending an indefinite house arrest in the house he'd spent his childhood trying to escape, and the combination had produced someone who was simultaneously the most damaged and the most alive person Harry had met. He crackled. Even in stillness he had the quality of something not quite contained. You're not what I expected, Sirius said, on their first evening, sitting across from Harry in the kitchen while the rest of the order filtered in and out. James would have been insufferably proud. He was insufferable about less. I've read his school records, Harry said. Through Gringotts. Sirius looked at him. Of course you have. He was genuinely brilliant and genuinely arrogant in roughly equal proportions, and it took him until 6th year to figure out that the second one was undermining the first, Harry said. By all accounts he sorted it out. He paused. His charms work was exceptional. Something crossed Sirius's face that was grief wearing a smile for company. He'd have had a field day with you, he said. He'd have pretended he wasn't impressed for about 3 days, and then he'd have been completely unbearable about it. He looked at Harry with eyes that were doing several things simultaneously. Your mum would have just been impressed from the start. Her transfiguration work was better than his, Harry said. The records are clear. Sirius laughed, the specific laugh of someone who found something true. Don't tell Remus that, he'll cry. They talked for 2 hours that first evening, and it wasn't what Harry had expected, not the emotional reunion of an orphan and a godfather with years to recover, which was the shape of it in the abstract. It was 2 people getting to know each other under the strange conditions of Sirius's imprisonment and Harry's acceleration, and it was sometimes funny and sometimes difficult, and once, when Harry mentioned Pettigrew in the context of the Crouch interrogation, entirely silent for a full minute while Sirius looked at the table with 12 years of betrayal doing its work on his face. Harry let the silence run its course. He was good at silence. I need to ask you something, Harry said, when Sirius came back from wherever he'd gone. Anything, Sirius said. The Black family's relationship to the compact-bound families, Harry said. Specifically Narcissa. Her line is adjacent to the Tonks name in the original documentation. Sirius straightened. You've been through the Black family tree. Gringotts has records. Yes. He looked at Sirius steadily. Narcissa's position when Voldemort reasserts himself, she's married to Lucius, which means she's going to be in the middle of something very dangerous, and she has a son who I'm trying not to lose to it. He paused. Does she have any loyalty to the Black family's original positions that Lucius doesn't know about? Sirius looked at him for a long time. She loves Draco, he said. More than anything. More than Lucius, more than Voldemort, more than the old blood politics. Narcissa Black, before she was Narcissa Malfoy, would have burned everything to the ground to protect her child. Is Narcissa Malfoy different? No, Sirius said, slowly. I don't think she is. He paused. Bellatrix is gone. Bella went somewhere most people don't come back from. But Chissa, she went along because going along was survivable and she had a child to protect. He looked at Harry with something that was sharp and specific. Why are you asking about Narcissa? Because Draco is 15, Harry said, and the next 2 years are going to decide who he becomes, and what happens to Narcissa during that time is going to have a significant effect on that decision. He looked at the table. I'm not sure I can do anything about it. But I want to understand the landscape before events start compressing the options. Sirius was quiet. The kitchen smelled like the perpetually disgruntled house-elf creatures cooking in something damp in the walls, and outside the London night pressed against the blackened windows. You're playing 15 moves ahead, Sirius said. Trying to, Harry said. I don't always get it right. But you try. I always try. Sirius looked at him with the expression of someone adding a piece to a picture they've been building from fragments. Your father, he said, never played more than 5 moves ahead. He was brilliant in the moment and slightly chaotic about the long game. He tilted his head. You get that from your mother. Harry said nothing. He let the gift of it settle without examining it too closely. Lucius Malfoy's next move came in August, and it was elegant in the way that Lucius's moves were elegant, visible only in retrospect, deniable until the moment of completion, using existing systems rather than creating new ones. He went through the ministry. Specifically, through the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where he had 2 allies on the senior staff who owed him the specific debts that came from years of carefully targeted assistance. A memo was circulated, internally, not publicly, questioning the legality of Gringotts' institutional stewardship of a minor. Not the compact itself, not Harry's authority under it, but the specific arrangement Ragnarok had constructed when Harry was 6. The argument was technical, that goblin institutions could not serve as legal guardian for a human minor under the 1742 Ministry Charter, which was technically correct as a statement of the Charter's original text. What the memo deliberately didn't mention was the amendment passed in 1891 that created an exception for compact-bound individuals. Harry had found this amendment in year 3 of his Gringotts education and had specifically asked Ragnarok to confirm it applied to his situation. It did, unambiguously. He found out about the memo through Tonks, who described it on her next visit as the most carefully buried piece of misdirection she'd seen in 5 years of Auror work, which he took as genuine. He drafted his response in one evening and sent it directly to the minister's office, bypassing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement entirely. The response was 4 paragraphs. It cited the 1891 amendment with section and clause. It noted that the memo's omission of the amendment was either an oversight, which would be embarrassing for the senior staff members who produced it, or deliberate, which would be something else entirely. It requested that the matter be formally closed and the memo retracted. It copied Adara Finch, Ragnarok, Dumbledore as Chief Warlock, and the head of the Auror office. The memo was retracted within 48 hours. Ragnarok sent him a letter that said, "Efficient." The copy to the Auror office was a good choice. Lord Malfoy will not move through the ministry again for some time. Harry read it and thought about what came next. What came next was the prophet. Not a careful legal piece this time. An opinion column, published under the byline of a journalist named Rita Skeeter who had the specific gift of making malice sound like concern. The column raised questions about Harry's mental state, citing his public refusal of the goblet as displaying an unusual and somewhat troubling detachment from the gravity of his situation, and suggested that a child raised outside the wizarding world who had been placed under the unusual influence of goblin financial institution stewardship might benefit from professional assessment. It wasn't the best Lucius had done. Harry suspected it was a shot across the bow rather than a genuine offensive, establishing a narrative, testing the response. He didn't respond to the prophet directly. He gave an interview to the Quibbler instead. Luna had told him in 4th year, with the serene certainty she brought to most things, that the Quibbler would one day be a significant journalistic force and that her father would be pleased to publish anything Harry wanted to say. He'd thanked her and filed it. Now he went to her and said, "The Quibbler. Can we arrange the interview for this week?" She looked at him with her wide eyes and said, "I'll tell Daddy. He'll want to ask you about Nargles as well, if that's all right." "He can ask about Nargles," Harry said. The interview ran 3,000 words. Harry talked about the compact with specificity and warmth. He talked about the families named in it with exactly the right balance of legal fact and human detail, Hermione's brilliance, Daphne's commitment to her family, Fleur's extraordinary performance in the tournament's first 2 tasks, Tonks's professional record. He talked about his childhood at Privet Drive with a directness that was neither self-pity nor performance, simply factual. He talked about Gringotts not as a distant institution but as a place that had given a 6-year-old with bloody knuckles exactly what he needed, which was a room of his own and good teachers. And at the end, in response to Luna's father's actual final question, which was not about Nargles but about what Harry thought the wizarding world needed most, he said, "People who tell the truth, even when the truth is inconvenient. And the willingness to extend that standard to themselves." The interview sold out the Quibbler's print run in 2 days and was reprinted 3 times. Rita Skeeter did not write a follow-up column. Draco found him in Diagon Alley on the last shopping day before 5th year. Harry was at Flourish and Blots working through the defense reading list, which had changed with the new professor, Umbridge, a ministry appointment that Dumbledore had accepted with the composure of someone receiving news they expected and found unpleasant, and he was specifically looking for supplementary material because Umbridge's listed texts were, from the table of contents alone, theoretically uninformative. Draco came in without his usual contingent. No Crabbe, no Goyle, and notably no Lucius, who Harry spotted outside on the street with Narcissa, deep in conversation with someone Harry didn't recognize. Draco moved through the shop to Harry's section with the deliberateness of someone who'd spotted his destination and was navigating toward it, and stopped beside him and said, "The Skeeter piece." "Yes," Harry said, pulling a book from the shelf and checking the index. "My father arranged it," Draco said. Harry looked at him. Draco was 15, a summer of growth on him, and he had the quality that Harry had been watching develop since first year, the first crack in the family's perfect confidence, widened now by 4 years of Hogwarts and whatever was happening at home. The Draco Malfoy of 5th year was carrying something that the Draco Malfoy of 1st year hadn't known existed yet, which was doubt. "I know," Harry said. Things are different at home," Draco said. "Since last year." He wasn't looking at Harry, looking at the books. "He's expecting something. He's preparing for something. He won't tell me what, but the house has been different. Voldemort had a body. The Death Eaters would feel it." "I know," Harry said again. Draco looked at him then. "Do you actually know," he said, "or are you saying that to seem like you know?" "I actually know," Harry said. "Your father is preparing for a loyalty call. He'll receive it before the end of this year, possibly sooner." Draco's face did something complicated. He was doing the specific internal calculation Harry had seen him begin in 1st year and had been watching develop, the calculation that lived between what Draco Malfoy had been raised to believe and what Draco Malfoy was apparently capable of separately thinking. "If he goes," Draco said, and stopped. "Your mother," Harry said, keeping his voice level. "She'll do what she thinks is necessary," Draco said, with the specific flatness of someone describing something they find frightening and have decided not to name as frightening. "She'll do what she thinks is necessary for you," Harry said. "Specifically. That's different from doing what's necessary for Lucius or for Voldemort." Draco looked at him. "Sirius Black told me," Harry said. "Who knew your mother before Lucius?" "Sirius Black is a fugitive and a blood traitor," Draco said automatically, with the reflex of years, and then something in his face caught up with his voice and he stopped. "He's also correct," Harry said. "About this specific thing." He put the book back and pulled another. "Draco. When the call comes, when your father commits, you're going to have a choice. Not about Lucius. You can't make that choice for him." He kept his voice even, no judgment in it. "But about yourself." "What choice?" Draco said. He said it flatly, like the choice was so obvious as to not be one. "Whether the thing you're afraid of becomes the thing that defines you," Harry said. "Or whether you get ahead of it." A silence. Someone moved at the end of the aisle and they both went quiet until the person passed. "You'd help," Draco said. Not quite believing it. "You'd actually, if your mother needs protection," Harry said. "The compact's provisions extend to immediate family of compact-named families in certain circumstances. Narcissa Black's line is adjacent to Tonks, which means there's a legal argument to be made." He met Draco's gray eyes. "It's not guaranteed. But I'm better positioned to make that argument than anyone else you could go to." Draco was very still. "This isn't because I like you," Harry said, and then, because that wasn't fully true, well. "It's not only because I like you. It's because losing your family to Voldemort's service is a specific preventable harm and I have the means to prevent it and I'd rather use those means than not." Outside the shop, he could see Lucius Malfoy through the window, still in conversation with the unidentified figure, and there was something in Lucius's posture that Harry recognized from the Wizengamot session, the stillness of a man waiting. Patient. Calculating. The stillness would become movement eventually, and when it did it would be fast. "I need time," Draco said, finally. "You have some," Harry said. "Not infinite. But some." Draco nodded. He started to leave, then stopped. He didn't turn around. "The compact," he said, to the bookshelf. "The Greengrass family's debts. My father's leverage." He paused. "You took that from him." The compact did, Harry said. No, Draco said. You did. You could have let the legal provision sit quietly and nobody would have tested it. You pushed it publicly. He paused. Thank you. Harry said nothing. He watched Draco leave, and watched through the window as Draco emerged onto the street and Lucius turned to look at his son with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read at this distance but which had something in it that was, underneath the expectation and the performance of authority, genuine. Love, probably. Not uncomplicated love. Not love that was free of damage or ambition or the specific cruelty of someone who decided what their child would be before the child had a chance to decide. But love, in the way that people who'd only ever been taught one way to feel it loved things. Harry filed it. Not as weakness, as information. The Wisingamot session in October was different from the one in first year. It was different because Harry called it. He'd spent the summer building toward this, assembling the pieces with the patience of someone who knew that premature movement lost games and that the right moment, properly read, was worth waiting for. He'd had Adara Finch file the motions, Ragnarok prepare the documentation, Tonks provide ministry intelligence, and Sirius, now publicly exonerated after a proper Wisingamot hearing that Harry had quietly engineered through 3 separate legal channels, provide the Black family's voting proxy, which was surprisingly significant. The motion on the floor was not about the compact. It was about the ministry's management of the post-war settlement. Specifically, about several financial instruments that had been administered through ministry oversight channels since the end of the war in ways that, the documentation showed, had systematically disadvantaged families who had remained neutral while advantaging families aligned with specific political factions. It was meticulous, it was specific, and it was devastatingly sourced. Harry presented it. He stood in the center of the chamber and presented it for 22 minutes without notes, because he'd spent 4 years thinking about it and he knew it the way he knew the compact's text, not as a recitation but as something that lived in his understanding. When he finished, the chamber was quiet in a different way from the first time, not the quiet of surprise, but the quiet of people doing rapid calculations about what they'd just heard and what it meant for their own positions. Lucius Malfoy, in the 3rd tier, was very still. He'd known this was coming. He was too intelligent not to have anticipated something, to have seen the pieces Harry had been assembling. But knowing something is coming and being fully prepared for its specific shape were different things, and Harry had worked to ensure that the specific shape of this motion was not what Lucius expected. Lucius didn't respond immediately. He waited until 3 other members had spoken, 2 in opposition, 1 cautiously in support, and then rose with the composed authority of someone who'd been in this room longer than most of its current members and knew exactly how much of its history he was drawing on when he stood. The motion as presented, Lucius said, conflates several distinct issues in a way that is, he paused, choosing the word, rhetorically effective but legally imprecise. His voice was warm and specific in the way that experience gave a voice. The post-war settlement was managed under emergency provisions that were the product of an extraordinary situation. Evaluating those provisions by standards applied after the fact and in a significantly different political context is, the standards applied, Harry said, from the center floor, are the standards written into the original emergency provisions themselves. He kept his voice even. Section 14 of the Emergency Governance Act of 1982 required that all financial administration under emergency provisions be subject to post-emergency audit. That audit has never been conducted. He looked at Lucius steadily. I'm asking for the audit. That's the motion. Conduct the audit that the law already requires. A pause. Lucius looked at him. Something passed between them that wasn't quite a look and wasn't quite a communication but was the specific moment of 2 people fully seeing each other. The motion, Tiberius Ogden said, from his seat in the middle tier, seems legally straightforward to me. He looked at the chamber. We passed a law requiring an audit. The audit hasn't happened. The motion requests that it happen. I'm unclear what the objection is. 3 other members made sounds of agreement. Lucius sat down. He sat down with the composure of someone who has lost a round and is already planning the next one, and Harry watched him settle into his seat and felt no particular triumph, because triumph at this stage was a distraction. The motion would pass. The audit would be politically complicated for several people in this room. The complicated people would make moves of their own. What mattered was what came after. The motion passed 41-11. On the way out, Dumbledore fell into step beside Harry in the corridor, which Harry had come to recognize as the old man's particular way of requesting a private conversation while maintaining plausible deniability about having requested it. The audit, Dumbledore said. Yes. Several of the members who voted in favor are people whose positions have historically been complex. I know, Harry said. The motion gave them an easy vote. Something procedurally correct that they could support without committing to a side. He paused. That was intentional. I needed 40 votes, not a permanent coalition. Dumbledore was quiet for several steps. Lucius is not going to respond legally now. I know, Harry said. He's going to Voldemort. Yes. The corridor was empty around them, the Ministry's magical lights humming at the edges. Harry. The prophecy, what comes next? I know what comes next, Harry said. Voldemort comes next. He'll move against you directly, Dumbledore said. Now that the legal and political channels have closed. The audit will expose his family's arrangements. His position in the Ministry will erode. The compact has removed several of his leverage points. He looked at Harry sideways. He'll make you the problem. He's always made me the problem, Harry said. Since I was a year old. He kept walking. Let him. I know what I am and what I can do, and I have 7 alliances that are functional and real, and I have you and the Order and Ragnarok and Sirius and McGonagall and Tonks. He paused. And Voldemort has followers who follow him out of fear, which means every time he shows something that looks like weakness, the edges of his coalition fray. He glanced at Dumbledore. He's not invincible. He's just been operating in an environment where everyone around him was more afraid than he was. And you? Dumbledore said. Harry thought about it genuinely. I'm not afraid of dying, he said, and the prophecy sat in his chest like a stone he'd learned to carry. I'm afraid of losing people. That's a different thing, and it makes me more careful rather than less. Dumbledore stopped walking. Harry walked 2 more steps and then stopped 2 and turned. The old man was looking at him with an expression that Harry had never seen on him before, something unguarded and genuine and complicated in a way that bypassed performance entirely. James and Lily would be, Dumbledore said, and his voice was doing something that required management, extraordinarily proud of you. Harry looked at him. The corridor was quiet and the lights hummed, and somewhere in the Ministry the mechanisms of bureaucracy turned on their axes, and he felt the weight of it, the real weight, not the strategic weight but the human one, the boy who'd measured a cupboard in inches and counted cracks and wondered what his parents would have been. Thank you, he said, and meant it in a register that had nothing to do with tactics. Dumbledore nodded. His expression recomposed, not back to performance, but to something more honest than usual, a version of Albus Dumbledore that had been simplified by the conversation. They walked back into the Ministry together, and Harry thought about Voldemort moving, and Lucius calculating, and Draco standing in a bookshop saying I need time, and Narcissa loving her son more than anything in the world. The board was fully in motion now. Every piece placed, every alliance tested, every leverage point identified. Voldemort would come. Harry intended to be ready. Not for the fight, exactly, though he would be ready for that too. Ready for the specific, particular difficulty of facing something that wanted to kill him while making sure that everyone he cared about was still standing afterward. He thought about what Ragnarok had said when he was 6 years old, at the very beginning of all of it. That, Mr. Potter, depends entirely on you. It still did. He walked out of the Ministry into the August afternoon, and London moved around him the way it always did, enormous and indifferent and full of people who didn't know any of this was happening, and he turned his face toward the sun for a moment and let himself have it. One moment of ordinary light before everything moved. Then he straightened and went to find the others, because that was what came next, and he'd always been good at what came next. Chapter 8, Anchor Voldemort came in March. Not announced. Not dramatic in the way that prophecies made you expect dramatic, no gathering storm, no darkness descending on the horizon. He came the way winter breaks, gradually and then all at once, and the first sign was 3 Aurors dead in Yorkshire on a Tuesday morning, their bodies found in the ruins of a farmhouse that had belonged to a retired ministry official who testified against Death Eaters in the post-war trials. Harry heard about it from Tonks at 6 in the morning. She appeared at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. She couldn't enter without Dumbledore's clearance and didn't wait for it, standing at the boundary with her hair white, which was the color it went when she wasn't thinking about it, and Harry, who had woken at 5 with the compact moving in his chest like a tide coming in fast, was already dressed when he felt her presence at the wards. He went to her. She told him what she knew, which wasn't everything but was enough, and then she said, "He's not hiding anymore." "No," Harry said. "Dumbledore's calling the order tonight." "I'll be there," Harry said. "Harry, I'll be there," he said again, not unkindly. She looked at him in the early morning grey with her white hair and her Auror robes and her face doing something that was tired and fierce in equal measure. "He's going to come for you," she said. "Specifically." "I know. The prophecy." "Yes." She held his gaze for a long moment and then said, "Don't do something stupid." "Tonks," he said, "have I done something stupid yet?" She looked at the sky. "No," she said. "But there's a first time for everything and I'd prefer if it wasn't now." She looked back at him. "All of us would." He understood what all of us meant. The compact moved in his chest again, all 6 of them, Daphne and Hermione and Tracy and Luna and Tonks herself and the specific warm brightness that was Fleur, who'd stayed after the tournament and found reasons to stay further, studying for her apparition license in Britain rather than France with the studied casualness of someone who had decided not to examine their own motivations too closely. "Tell them I'll see them tonight," he said. She nodded and left, and Harry stood at the boundary of Hogwarts grounds in the cold March morning and looked at the castle rising above him, lit at the edges by the first grey light, and thought about everything that had been building since a 6-year-old climbed through a fence in Surrey with bloody knuckles and no plan. 12 years of building. He went back inside. The order meeting was at Grimmauld Place and it had the quality of a room that had run out of patience for the thing it was preparing for. 12 people around the table. Dumbledore at the head, moody, the real one, recovered, with the paranoid vigilance of someone who'd spent months in his own trunk and had updated his assessment of the world's dangers accordingly, at the other end, serious between them with the particular energy of someone who'd been housebound too long and had just been told the wait was over, which produced something that looked unfortunately like relief. Harry sat between Lupin and Tonks and let the first 15 minutes of reports and counter-reports and ministry intelligence run without contributing, because he was listening for what wasn't being said. What wasn't being said was a plan. They had intelligence. Voldemort's movements, the Death Eater network reactivating, 3 more attacks confirmed and 2 more suspected. They had numbers, the Order, the Auror Corps, Dumbledore's personal reach. What they didn't have was a shape, a structure for what came next, and without that shape the intelligence was just information and the numbers were just people. When the reports wound down, Harry said, "Where is he?" The table looked at him. "Not generally," Harry said. "Specifically. Where is he right now?" Moody's magical eye rotated. "We have estimates, Berkshire," Harry said. Crouch said Berkshire. "Has anyone gone to Berkshire?" A beat. Without knowing the exact location, Lupin started. "The Fidelius charm is localized," Harry said. "It hides the secret of a location but it doesn't hide the magic of the charm itself from sensitive enough detection. If someone with sufficient attunement to dark artifacts walked a search pattern through the relevant areas of Berkshire," he looked at Moody, "which is your specific skill set, we'd find the charm's signature before we found the location," Moody said slowly. The magic of a Fidelius operates at a different frequency from the hidden secret itself. He looked at Harry with both eyes. That's a sound argument. It's standard goblin dark artifact detection methodology, Harry said. Adapted for this context. Ragnarok's people have been using it for 200 years. He looked at Dumbledore. We could find where he is before he decides to move. Dumbledore looked at him thoughtfully. Moving against him in a fortified location, with his Death Eaters, I'm not suggesting moving against him, Harry said. I'm suggesting knowing where he is, so when he moves, we're not responding. We're ready. He paused. There's a difference between defense and anticipation, and we keep planning defense when anticipation is available. The table was quiet. The boy's right, Moody said, which he said like it cost him something but he'd decided it was worth the cost. Dumbledore looked at Harry with eyes that had been recalibrating for years and said, all right. Alastair, take a team. I want Tonks. He looked at Tonks, who was already nodding, and 2 others. Search pattern, Berkshire, looking for Fidelius signatures. He looked back at Harry. What else? Harry had been thinking about this for months. Since the October Wisengamot session, since Draco in the bookshop, since Tonks at the Boundary at 6 in the morning. He'd turned it over the way he turned everything over, slowly, thoroughly, testing every edge for weaknesses. The Death Eater network, he said. Its coherence depends on Voldemort's perceived strength. He's had a body for less than a year. His followers are recommitting out of fear rather than certainty, which means the edges are soft. He looked at the table. The families who are on the outer edges of his network, who committed to Voldemort in the First War out of self-preservation rather than ideology, they're the ones who can be turned. You're suggesting we go to Death Eater families, Sirius said, with the particular tone of someone who has personal reasons to find this complicated. I'm suggesting we give Death Eater families a different calculation, Harry said. The compact's legal provisions extend farther than most people realize. Families who cooperate with Ministry investigation before the conflict escalates are protected under the same post-war settlement provisions that protected the neutral families the first time. He paused. If we can communicate that clearly, through the right channels, some of them will make a different choice. Which families? Dumbledore said. Harry had a list. He'd spent 6 weeks building it, using Ragnarok's financial records, Sirius's knowledge of the old networks, Tonks's ministry intelligence. He recited them from memory because he'd learned from the goblins that reading from a list in a room implied that the list was the limit of your knowledge, and he wanted the room to understand that the list was not the limit. 7 families, ranked by probability of cooperation, with the specific vulnerability in each family's position that made cooperation more likely than defiance. When he finished, Dumbledore was looking at him with the expression Harry had first seen in his office in first year, the expression of someone who has genuinely stopped being certain they're the most prepared person present. The Malfoys, Sirius said. They're not on your list. No, Harry said. Because you think Lucius is too committed. Because Lucius has already made his choice, Harry said. What I'm working on with the Malfoys is different. He looked at the table and made a decision. Draco is going to come to me before the end of this year. He's going to come to me about his mother. When he does, I need the order to honor whatever arrangement I make with Narcissa, without conditions. The room was quiet. That's a significant ask, Lupin said, carefully. I know, Harry said. I'm asking it anyway. Sirius looked at him across the table. Something moved across his face, the complexity of someone who hated the Malfoys with the specific heat of personal history and was watching his godson ask him to make room for a different response. He held it for a long moment. If it keeps Narcissa out of it, Sirius said finally, and it keeps Draco from following Lucius, then yes. You have my word. One by one, around the table, everyone gave theirs. Harry nodded. Good, he said, and felt something settle in his chest that he'd been waiting to feel for a long time. Draco came to him in April. 3 in the morning, the Slytherin common room, and Draco had the look of someone who hadn't slept and had stopped trying. He sat across from Harry in the green firelight and said, without preamble, "He has the dark mark now." "Your father," Harry said. "The ceremony was 2 weeks ago." Draco's voice was flat in the way that flatness covered things. "He came home different." A pause. "He always came home different when he'd been to Voldemort. Even before the trial, before Azkaban. He'd come home different. But this was," he stopped. "Committed," Harry said. "He told me I'd be proud," Draco said. "He said I'd understand when I was older." Something crossed his face. "He said the Dark Lord had asked about me." Harry was very still. "What kind of asking?" "He wants," Draco's jaw was doing the thing, managing something, "he wants me to do something. He hasn't told me what yet. Father says it will be an honor." He looked at Harry with eyes that were doing several things at once, none of them calm. "It won't be an honor." "No," Harry said. "My mother doesn't know yet. Father hasn't told her." He looked at the fire. "She's going to, she'll try to manage it. She always tries to manage things. We need to move her before Voldemort makes the ask," Harry said. "Once the task is assigned, refusing becomes significantly more dangerous. She won't leave without me. I know. And I can't just disappear, Father will, Draco." Harry looked at him steadily. "I need you to trust me completely on this. Not partway. Not with reservations. Can you do that?" Draco looked at him across the fire. They'd been in the same house for 5 years and the relationship between them was one of the stranger things Harry had built, not friendship, not its absence, something that lived in the space between familiarity and genuine regard that hadn't needed a name because the name hadn't mattered as much as the function. "Yes," Draco said. Harry talked for 20 minutes. By the end, Draco was pale but sitting straighter, with the expression of someone who has been handed a plan and is discovering that having a plan is significantly better than not having one. "The compact's provisions," Draco said. "For Narcissa. You can actually, the black lineage argument is solid," Harry said. "Adara Finch has reviewed it. Tonks's mother, Andromeda, has agreed to add her name to the filing, which strengthens the black family connection significantly." He paused. "Narcissa Black, under the compact's provisions for direct family of a compact-named individual, qualifies for the Alliance's protection. Legally, unambiguously." "And me?" Draco said, quietly. Harry looked at him. "You're coming to me voluntarily with information about Voldemort's movements and a member of your family who needs protection. In the eyes of wizarding law, that's cooperation with authorized authorities during an active threat situation." He held Draco's gaze. "It doesn't erase everything. But it creates a record that matters when things are decided afterward." I'm not doing this for that," Draco said, with something that was genuine underneath the defensiveness. "I'm doing it because I don't want, I can't, I know," Harry said. "I'm not suggesting you are. I'm telling you anyway because you should know." Draco was quiet for a long moment. Then, with the specific difficulty of someone doing something they'd been working up to for 5 years, "I'm sorry. For, first year. Some of the things I said. Some of the things I did." Harry looked at him. "Accepted," he said. "Simple. No ceremony." Draco let out a breath that sounded like it had been held for a while. May arrived like a consequence. The Fidelius search had found the Berkshire location in the second week of April, Moody and Tonks running the pattern with 2 other Aurors, identifying the signature, backing off without alerting anyone inside. The location was a manor outside Hungerford, modest by Death Eater standards, chosen for anonymity over impressiveness. Ragnarok had confirmed, through the bank's dark artifact monitoring network, that the magical signature emanating from the property had intensified through April, Voldemort consolidating, calling his people, building toward something. What he was building toward became clear on the 7th of May when Ministry of Magic headquarters came under attack. Not a full assault, too early for that. Voldemort wasn't ready for a full assault, and Harry said so to the Order in the emergency meeting called 40 minutes after the attack began. What it was a demonstration. Show of force, test of response, identification of defensive gaps. 3 Department of Mysteries staff members attacked and injured. Several records rooms accessed. And one very specific item removed from the Hall of Prophecy. The record of the prophecy. He knows what it says, Dumbledore said, in the Order meeting that ran into the early hours of the 8th. He's always known the relevant part, Harry said. Trelawney made the prophecy in front of him. He knows neither can live while the other survives. What he didn't know, what the record contained, was the second half. The power he knows not, Dumbledore said, quietly. Love, Harry said. It wasn't embarrassing to say. It was a fact, documented and ancient, the same magic that had saved him at 15 months old and that the compact was built on and that 7 families had committed to 12 centuries ago. The sacrificial magic. What my mother did. He looked at the table. He still doesn't understand it. He thinks it's a weakness to exploit rather than the mechanism he's been walking into since 1981. He'll come for you now, Moody said. He was always going to come for me, Harry said. Now we know approximately when. He looked at Dumbledore. I want to choose the ground. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry, he's going to choose anyway, Harry said. He'll pick somewhere that advantages him. I'd rather pick somewhere that advantages us. He kept his voice level. The compact's magic is strongest in places where the 7 families have historical connections. There's a location in the Lake District, old land, pre-ministry, connected to 4 of the 7 families' original holdings. He looked at the table. If we draw him there, the advantage shifts. You're suggesting using yourself as bait, Lupin said. I'm suggesting using the prophecy's inevitability strategically instead of reactively, Harry said. He's going to find me. I'm proposing to control where, when, and under what conditions. The room was quiet. Sirius, from the end of the table, the Lake District location. I know it. He looked at Harry. My family had a connection to the land. Old Black family hunting ground, goes back centuries. Yes, Harry said. Which means your presence there would be magically significant. Sirius's expression moved through something. You knew that, he said. I read the property records, Harry said. Sirius shook his head, not negatively, just with the expression of someone who'd been surprised again by a thing that shouldn't have been surprising anymore. Right, he said. When? 2 weeks, Harry said. Enough time to prepare the location without alerting his network. Not enough time for him to make another move first. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, specific moment. Then he said, all right. The Lake District at dawn was extraordinary and Harry noticed it in spite of everything, because not noticing extraordinary things because other things were also happening seemed like a failure of attention. The valley was old in the specific way of places that magic had moved through for a long time, the kind of old that lived in the soil and the water and the particular angle of light on the eastern hill. The 7 families' connection to this land was there in the air, he could feel it, had been able to feel it since they arrived the previous evening, the compact running warm and deep like a current. He was standing at the valley's edge when Daphne appeared beside him. She'd been with him since the Lake District plan was finalized, she and Hermione both, not because the Order had agreed to this, because Harry had asked them personally and they'd said yes before he finished the sentence. Tracy was at the valley's southern approach with 2 Order members. Luna was somewhere in the hills doing something she hadn't explained and that Harry had stopped asking about because Luna's unexplained activities consistently proved useful. Tonks was on the eastern ridge with Moody. Fleur had arrived at midnight with her expression of contained precision and taken the western approach without being asked and without explanation, because she'd read the terrain in a single sweep and identified it herself. He's coming, Daphne said. Yes. How do you know? The compact, he said. It goes quiet when something significant approaches. Like the way animals go quiet before weather. He looked at her. 2 hours. Maybe 3. She nodded. She was dressed practically, robes charmed for movement, her wand already in her hand with the easy readiness of someone who'd been preparing for this for years. Astoria sent me a letter this morning, she said. She says she feels better than she's felt since she was 8. Good, Harry said. She said to tell you thank you, Daphne said. She doesn't know what for. She felt something and she knew it was connected to me, and through me to you. She looked at him sideways. I told her she'd understand eventually. She will, Harry said. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, not looking at him, looking at the valley below with the early light moving across it, after this. Whatever after this looks like. She stopped. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him then. He met her eyes. Yes, he said again, because sometimes the question didn't need to be finished to have an answer that both people already knew. She nodded, once, and looked back at the valley, and the particular thing between them that had been growing since Madame Malkin's 4 years ago settled into its proper shape without requiring anything further. Hermione appeared from the tree line 20 minutes later with her hair escaping its plait in 3 different places and a look of focused determination that was the most recognizable expression she owned. She stopped beside Harry and said, without greeting, I've been reading about sacrificial magic. Tell me, he said. The protection your mother created, it's not passive. It doesn't just deflect. It inverts. She said it with the specificity of someone who had gotten to the end of a very difficult piece of research and found the thing she was looking for. When Voldemort cast the killing curse and it reflected, it didn't just fail. It wrote something into his own magic. An inversion. His spells against you specifically, the further he pushes, the more that inversion activates. Harry processed this. He's been building toward killing me for 15 years, he said. And every time he tries, the inversion gets stronger. The prophecy isn't just about the outcome, Hermione said. It's describing a mechanism. Neither can live while the other survives. It's not that one of you has to kill the other. It's that Voldemort cannot fully exist while the inversion of his own magic lives in you. His existence is contingent on destroying you. But destroying you activates the inversion completely. She held his gaze. He can't win. He physically cannot win. He just doesn't know that yet. Harry looked at her. How long have you known this? 3 days, she said. I was working on it for 2 months, but the last piece, the Gringotts records on sacrificial magic that Ragnarok sent last week, that was the last piece. He looked at the valley. He felt Voldemort coming in the compact stillness the same way you felt a storm, and the weight of 15 years and a cupboard and a fence and 100 conversations and 7 names on a scroll sat inside him like something that had found its proper arrangement and was finally at rest. Okay, he said. Hermione looked at him. Are you afraid? No, he said, and it was true. Are you? Terrified, she said. But I'm here. I know, he said. That's all I needed. Voldemort arrived at mid-morning. He came with 12 Death Eaters, which was not the overwhelming force Harry had half expected but made tactical sense. Too many followers announced the approach, and Voldemort had learned, over the years, that Harry Potter's environment had a tendency to be more prepared than expected. He came personally because the prophecy required it and because he was not, whatever else he was, a coward. He appeared at the valley's northern entrance and he was different from the descriptions in the books, from the shadows that his reputation cast. He was present in a way that was real and specific, and Harry looked at him, tall, white, with eyes that were red in the specific way of magic that had consumed the humanity it came from, and felt nothing that was fear. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice carried without effort, the specific quality of magic that had been built into it over decades. Alone. No, Harry said. He was standing in the valley's center, in the old ground, and the compact's magic was moving around him like water in a riverbed that had finally found its proper course. Never alone. Voldemort's red eyes moved across the valley's edges. He saw what was there. Harry watched him see it, the Aurors and the Order members and the specific presences of the compact bound at the cardinal points. Something moved in his expression that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite anger but was the recognition of a man who has been led somewhere. A trap, Voldemort said, and his voice was entirely level, entirely composed. This was the thing about him, Harry thought, that made him genuinely dangerous. He was intelligent enough to recognize a trap and still believe he could walk through it. No, Harry said. A choice. Your choice, about what happens next. Expecto Patronum, Voldemort said, with the specific mockery of a man who found the suggestion amusing, and raised his wand. The curse he sent wasn't Avada Kedavra. It was something Harry didn't have a name for, a dark weaving, dark in the way of magic that had gone wrong at its roots, designed to unravel rather than destroy. It crossed the valley in a second and hit the space where Harry was standing, and Harry let it come, not because he was brave in the reckless sense but because he'd understood, in the last 3 days, what Hermione had told him. The inversion activated. He felt it like a current reversing, the magic of his mother's sacrifice, written into him at 15 months, meeting the dark working and flipping it inside out. It didn't just stop. It returned, changed, with the specific quality of love applied to something built from hatred, and what came back toward Voldemort was not a curse and not a counter-curse but something that didn't have a name because it had only happened this way once. Voldemort raised a shield. Harry hadn't expected him not to, he was too skilled for anything else. The shield held the inverted magic for 4 seconds. Then it came apart. Not explosively. Not dramatically. It came apart the way something does when the fundamental logic that holds it together is no longer sound, incrementally, each piece failing as the one beside it failed, with the quiet inevitability of something reaching the end of what it could sustain. Voldemort staggered. It was a small thing, a half-step, a fractional loss of the terrible composure, but Harry had been watching for it and it was there, and it was real, and what it meant was that Hermione had been completely right. The Death Eaters moved. What followed was not a single duel but the organized chaos of 12 simultaneous conflicts in a valley that had been prepared for exactly this, with Aurors on the ridges and Order members at the approaches and Tonks moving like she'd been born for this, which Harry thought she probably had, and Fleur at the western edge with magic that was precise and clean and extraordinarily effective, and Daphne with Tracy at the southern approach doing something with combined elemental casting that Harry had seen them practice for months, and Hermione covering the northern approach with the specific ferocity of someone who has read every relevant text and understood all of them. Luna, from somewhere nobody could identify, was apparently doing several things at once that resulted in 3 Death Eaters becoming deeply confused about where they were and how they'd gotten there. Harry kept his attention on Voldemort. Voldemort had recovered. That was the truth of him, he was extraordinary at recovery, at adapting, at taking a hit and reconstructing his approach around the new reality. He was regrouping 20 feet away with his red eyes doing something that was reassessing every assumption he'd made about this situation, and Harry could see the moment the new strategy arrived, the specific quality of a very intelligent person deciding on a different approach. You understand, Voldemort said, conversationally, across the chaos around them, that this changes nothing about the prophecy. I know what the prophecy says, Harry said. All of it. Then I know that you can't exist while the thing my mother put in me exists, Harry said. I know that every time you try to destroy me you make it stronger. I know you've been feeding the inversion for 15 years without knowing what you were feeding. He kept his voice level. You're not going to win today, Voldemort. Not because I'm going to destroy you, but because you physically cannot destroy me and you're smart enough to figure out why in approximately 30 seconds. Voldemort was very still. The ritual at the farmhouse, Harry said. The modified ritual that gave you your body back. What ingredient did Pettigrew substitute when my willing blood wasn't available? A silence. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, Harry said. That's the standard formulation. But the willing blood clause was there for a reason. The inversion only writes itself into sacrificial magic that's offered. Taken blood carries a different signature. He looked at Voldemort steadily. Your body is built from the wrong version of my blood. Every time you use magic against me, you're telling your own ritual what it should have done differently, and the discrepancy gets louder. He watched Voldemort understand this. It was a specific moment, the moment of a very intelligent, very damaged person arriving at a truth that should have been inaccessible, and finding that the truth was worse than any version they'd imagined. Something crossed Voldemort's face that Harry had never expected to see there, and that he filed with the precision of someone who understood that even this was important information. It was something adjacent to grief. Not for the dead. Not for the people he'd destroyed. For his own certainty, which had just become something else. The Horcruxes, Voldemort said, quietly. You found them. Most of them, Harry said. Dumbledore has been working on it for 2 years. The remaining ones, we have leads. Then you've already won, Voldemort said, and there was something in his voice that was not a concession and not a defeat and was instead the terrible flatness of someone looking at mathematics. Not yet, Harry said. But the outcome is decided. The only question is how much damage happens between now and when you accept that. He looked at him across the space of the old valley, in the spring morning light, with the sounds of a battle resolving around them as the Death Eaters at the edges found themselves contained and captured rather than fighting. Pettigrew is in Ministry custody. He was taken last night. He watched Voldemort's face. You're alone. A very long silence. Then Voldemort said, with the precision of a man who has spent 50 years being certain he was exceptional and has just been shown the limits of that exceptionalism, what is the proposal? Surrender, Harry said. To Dumbledore's custody. Full accounting. Where the Horcruxes are, what networks are active, who knows what. He paused. In return, a Wisengamot review rather than summary action. A process, not a conclusion decided in advance. You're offering me a trial, Voldemort said. I'm offering you a process, Harry said. What the process finds is what it finds. I won't stack it. I don't operate that way. I'll die in Azkaban. Probably, Harry said. But you won't die here, which is the alternative, and you won't have destroyed 3 more families' worth of people on the way to it, which matters to me even if it doesn't matter to you. The valley was very quiet now. The battle had resolved, Death Eaters restrained, Aurors maintaining containment, everyone on the ridges still and watchful. The spring morning held everything in a particular suspension. Voldemort looked at Harry for a long time. You're 16 years old, he said. Yes, Harry said. And you're doing this alone. No, Harry said. I already told you. Never alone. Voldemort's red eyes moved across the valley, at the containment lines, at the Aurors, at the specific presences of the compact bound at their positions. He looked at Tonks on the ridge, at Fleur at the western edge, at Daphne and Tracy at the south, at Hermione at the north, at Luna, wherever Luna was. Something moved in his expression that was the most human thing Harry had seen on his face. Not warmth. Not regret. Something closer to recognition, the specific, private acknowledgement of someone looking at something they built their life in opposition to and understanding, too late and with terrible clarity, that they were wrong. Tom Riddle had been an orphan in a cupboard. A different cupboard, a different set of people who hadn't wanted him. A different, earlier injury. Harry didn't say this. It wasn't the time and it wasn't something he'd chosen to carry. But he understood it, in the way you understood things that lived in the same bones as you, and the understanding was there in his face when he looked at Voldemort across the valley. Voldemort saw it. His wand lowered. Not thrown down, not broken, not surrendered with ceremony. Just lowered, with the specific weariness of something that had been held aloft for too long. All right, he said. Afterward took a long time. Longer than the battle had, months of legal process, Wizengamot sessions, the careful unraveling of a network that had been building for 30 years. The Horcruxes were found, with Voldemort's cooperation, begrudging, specific, given with the manner of someone paying a debt they found distasteful but had accepted as real. Dumbledore ran the process with the thoroughness of someone who'd spent 40 years fighting a war and intended to end it properly. Harry was in the room for most of it, not as a witness but as the specific presence that had made the surrender possible, which gave him a particular standing that everyone acknowledged without anyone quite naming. Lucius was arrested in May, the day after the surrender, along with 11 others whose names were in the accounting. He faced the Wizengamot in June. Harry was present. Draco was not, by Harry's specific arrangement. There was nothing Draco needed to see of his father in that chamber, and some things could be known without being witnessed. Narcissa was not charged. The compact's protection held exactly as Adara Finch had argued it would, and Narcissa Black, the name she reclaimed in June, in a quiet legal process that Tonks attended and Sirius attended and Andromeda attended, which was the first time all three had been in the same room in 20 years, was free. Draco stood in the Hogwarts entrance hall on the last day of term with a look on his face that was doing several things at once, most of them things that 15-year-old Draco Malfoy would have found unacceptable and 17-year-old Draco Malfoy had apparently decided were simply true. "You didn't have to keep your word," he said. "About my mother." "I know," Harry said. "Most people wouldn't have." "Then most people are making a mistake," Harry said. "Your word is the only currency that actually holds its value over time." He looked at Draco. "What are you doing this summer?" Draco blinked. My mother has the townhouse in Edinburgh." It's not settled yet." "The Greengrass family has an estate in Dorset," Harry said. "Daphne's father has been talking about hosting a gathering. Some of the compact-bound families, some allies. It's partly political and partly just." He paused, searching for the word. "People," Draco said. "People," Harry agreed. "You could come. If you wanted. There's no obligation." Draco looked at him for a long moment. Then, with the specific dignity of someone learning a new way to accept things, "I'll ask my mother." Harry nodded. The Dorset estate gathering was in August. 14 people on the first evening, 20 by the third day, because things like this had a quality of accumulation when they were real rather than performed. The Greengrass grounds were old and green and the compact's magic moved through them like it had always been there, which it probably had, for of the 7 families' land connections ran through Dorset, and the soil knew it. Harry stood at the edge of the evening's gathering on the third night and looked at the people spread across the lawns in the warm August dark, with the light from the house doing good work and the sound of several conversations running at once, and felt something he didn't have a precise word for. Not satisfaction, which was too finished. Not relief, which was too passive. Something that lived between arrival and beginning. Sirius was talking to Andromeda near the terrace with the specific quality of two people rediscovering each other across decades of distance. Tonks was teaching Astoria something with her metamorphmagus ability that was causing Astoria, 12 years old, healthy, with all the energy that had been restrained for years now finding its proper outlets, to fall over laughing. Hermione and Ragnarok, who had come as Harry's guest because Harry had wanted him there, were in a conversation that had apparently started with the compact's ancient text and had expanded significantly, based on the number of notes Hermione was taking and the quality of Ragnarok's expression, which was the goblin equivalent of animated. Luna was sitting on the grass looking at the stars and saying something to them, which nobody questioned. Fleur came to stand beside him. She did it with the ease of someone who'd stopped needing a reason to stand beside him, which had happened gradually and then all at once, in the way that the important things seemed to happen. "How long," she said, looking out at the gathering. "How long what? How long did you know it would look like this?" She gestured at the lawns, the people, the comfortable movement of an evening that was also something more. The gathering. The alliance. All of it. He thought about this genuinely. "I didn't know it would look like this specifically," he said. "I knew what I wanted to build. I didn't know what it would turn into." "Which is?" He looked at it, the 14 people who had become 20, the conversations running in every direction, the specific warmth of an evening that was holding everyone in it without requiring anything from them. Something real, he said. Fleur looked at the gathering for a moment. Then she looked at him, with those clear eyes that had stopped keeping their distance sometime in the past year. Something real, she repeated. We. She paused. And this, she made the same gesture she'd made in the library in 4th year, the drawing in motion. Between, yes, he said. She looked at him. You are very annoying, she said, with the specific warmth of someone who means the opposite. I've been told, he said. She laughed, the bright quick one that still arrived before her permission and that he'd been collecting since the library. He felt it in his chest alongside the compact's warmth, which was the same thing and a different thing, and both were true. Daphne materialized on his other side, because Daphne had an uncanny ability to appear exactly when she decided to appear. She looked at Fleur and then at Harry with the expression of someone who had decided not to make a comment and was making it anyway through the quality of her silence. Astoria, Daphne said, by way of greeting. She's fine, Harry said. Tonks is teaching her. I can hear the screaming from here, Daphne said. It's the good kind. She paused. My father wants to talk to you tomorrow. I know, Harry said. I'll see him at breakfast. She nodded, and then did something she'd been doing more often lately, which was simply stay beside him without it requiring explanation or purpose, because that was what it had become. He stood between them, between all of it, and looked at the gathering in the August evening, and thought about 31 inches and 7 cracks and the spiders that either moved on or got eaten. He thought about a loose fence board and a pair of bloody knuckles and a 6-year-old who'd looked at an uncle's face and done a calculation faster than he'd ever done one in school. The number he'd arrived at, then, was, not today. And then he'd run. And then he'd found something worth building. He looked at what he'd built. It wasn't finished. Nothing real was ever finished, it just kept becoming what it was, through the accumulation of choices and conversations and people deciding to trust each other and deciding again and again and again. The compact would keep running its course. Voldemort's accounting would take years. The Wizengamot reform he'd set in motion would take longer. Draco would arrive at his own conclusions about who he was in his own time. Astoria would grow up healthy and furious and full of opinions, and Harry suspected she'd be excellent. The world would keep requiring attention, which was, he thought, the specific form of work that he'd been built for. He was 16 years old and he had 7 alliances and 1 godfather and a goblin who found him professionally satisfying, and a school that had become something close to home, and a gathering of people on summer lawns who were becoming, in their own overlapping and complicated ways, the thing that held. The compact moved in his chest, warm and deep and certain. He looked at the stars. All right then, he said, to no one and everyone. All right, Fleur agreed, on his right. Obviously, Daphne said, on his left. From somewhere on the grass, without looking up from the stars she was watching, yes, said Luna. The evening held them. The world kept turning. And Harry Potter, who had once been a boy in a cupboard counting cracks and learning which way the water ran, stood in the good August dark and felt, for the first time in his life, exactly where he was supposed to be. Not at the end. At the beginning of what he'd built. Which, it turned out, was much better.